Welcome back, everybody. Day 2 of the Mindvalley AI Summit is here, and I'm your host, Caitlin O'Toole. Yesterday, guys, wow, Zoom, it almost broke for us, and that tells you everything about the energy, the excitement, and just how ready this global community is to master AI. And anyone that wasn't here, I just want to do a little recap for you. So on day 1, we kick things off with big picture. This was all about what this AI revolution really means for our work, for our creativity, and of course, for our future. And we were joined by some incredible people. Cassie Kozernoff, who formerly was at Google, helped us simplify AI in the most human and relatable way. She reminded us that decision making is at the core of transformation. And of course, the importance of the quality of the questions that you ask AI. We had Nick Sonnenberg here. He showed us how to build systems that make us 3 times more productive without, of course, burning out. And if you don't know Nick, he was hired by Tony Robbins to optimize his business. He's incredible. Day 1 was all about what and why we're doing this. But today we're diving into the how. And if you were worried you missed those teachers yesterday, I want to let you know they will be part of Mindvalley's AI Mastery program, along with some of the incredible teachers and speakers we have today. And today, guys, it's going to be all about real world application, the tools, the systems, the creative strategies that will help you bring AI directly into your workflow, into your content, into your life, and of course into your business. And we have an incredible lineup for you today. We are going to have Beacon Toss. He's a 2-time TEDx speaker. He's the former founder of Optime, and he's now serving as the Chief AI Transformation Officer at Mindvalley. He is a genius mind. He's built over 500 automations, 20 plus apps, some of them that you guys use today. And he's going to show you how you can do this, how you can use AI to no code tools and transform your operations, even if you're not technical. Know what I mean, guys? And then we're going to have Aman in the house. She is a Gen AI thought leader, founder of Vocable AI. She's a best-selling expert. And she's going to be here to tell you how to take content marketing and AI, how you can scale your content with clarity, with efficiency, and of course, most importantly, with soul. Then Dominic Ashburn, he's the brilliant mind behind Mr. Grateful. Guys, he used ChatGPT as his social media manager, and he went from 3,000 to 167,000 followers in just 30 days. He's a media strategist for the NFL, for Nike, and today he's going to show you guys exactly how he did it so you can replicate it. So whether you're here as a beginner, maybe you're here to build, scale, or create, today is all about application. And of course, we're so happy to have you back. So to kick the day off, we have the founder of Mindvalley. He has been pioneering how AI can be integrated into education, into creativity and business, while also doing all of this, transforming Mindvalley into one of the most forward-thinking AI-powered companies in personal growth and in my opinion, in the world. He's actively leading the charge when it comes to applying AI in the real world. So everybody get excited, get your notebooks out. It's going to be a fun day. Day 2 starts right now. Please, everybody, welcome Vishen Lakhiani.
Welcome back, everyone. Day 2 of AI Summit. I'm going to kick off day 2 with several really exciting projects that you can work with me on. I'm going to teach you how to create AI employees. What you're seeing over here on my screen are all of our AI employees. There is this dude, okay, who's our Mindvalley meeting notes summarizer. And every time we have a meeting, we record the meeting on my Apple Memo app, upload it to this guy, and this wonderful man summarizes the meeting and gives us next steps. There is a headline copywriter. This particular employee is trained, we actually call her Buzzline. Buzzline is trained on principles of direct marketing copywriting. She writes headlines, including headlines for the page of this summit. There is this wonderful person called Voxa. Now, this is what Voxa does. Every time I do a podcast, I upload the transcript to Voxa. Voxa analyzes the podcast and figures out which snippets are most likely to go viral on the internet. And then we cut that snippet, we upload it, and we use Captrix. So this is what Captrix does. Captrix writes the exact Instagram or LinkedIn caption that goes below it. So as you can see, we have an incredible amount of virtual employees. What I'm going to show you right now is how to create one. So you remember yesterday, we spoke about, but first let me just introduce you to my team. So this is part of my team now. Don't freak out. I'm not some psychopath who only deals with virtual entities. We have 300 real humans on the team as well, and they work with these entities. These entities are their teammates. Best thing about these entities are they never get grumpy in the morning when you don't feed them coffee. They never oversleep at night. So if you have to take a meeting at 7 a.m., they're still going to show up for you. Now, today we're going to create an entity, a virtual employee, to help me and you with LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn is a very precious social media application for many of us who are professionals or CEOs. As you can see, I rarely check my LinkedIn, so forgive me, all 10,000 of you who wrote to me. I just don't get on LinkedIn much. But my team does post images and videos that I put up on Instagram on my LinkedIn. One of my goals in the coming quarter is to take LinkedIn more seriously and actually start creating unique content for LinkedIn. What we're going to do today, in just a matter of minutes, is build an AI utility to help with that. So remember yesterday, we spoke about these concepts. We spoke about advanced ChatGPT. So they are GPTs, then they are operators, now called assistant. They changed the name. And then there's projects, right? For this, we're going to use a GPT. In fact, all of these AI employees are GPTs. So I'm going to show you step by step how to create it. Now, the basic way of creating a GPT is really easy. You just go to ChatGPT, you click on GPTs, you can browse other people's GPTs. So GPTs are like custom versions of ChatGPT for unique things. And you click on My GPTs to see your GPTs, and you can click on Create a GPT. However, what you want to do is you want to feed your GPT with data. So in this case, I want to feed my GPT with data on not just what ChatGPT already knows about LinkedIn, which is a lot, but I want to feed it a special data file, which is how I want to do my LinkedIn. Now, we know the Mindvalley audience is a conscious creator audience. We know that most of you guys who are members of Mindvalley are CEOs, founders, startup founders. We know that there's a big awareness of conscious practices, not just hustle culture, but conscious practices within work. So it's important to me to make that differentiated. So what I did was, yesterday, you notice I did this, I went to ChatGPT Deep Research and I asked it to create a guide on how I should run my LinkedIn. So it created that guide. You can do the same thing. Go to ChatGPT, okay? Let's do it over here. Click on Deep Research and you can create a guide. I showed you how to create the deep research prompt that was covered yesterday, so we won't go back into it. But now to build our GPT, we're going to feed it this guide. So let's do that together right now. And you can try to follow along. If not, what you can do is you can take notes, just record this on your phone, send the recording to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will be able to guide you. So you just basically upload the transcript. So let's do this now. I'm going to go to GPTs, and I'm going to go to create a new GPT. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I like to go to configure. You can, of course, just talk to it, but let me go to configure. And what I'm going to ask it to do is I'm going to call this Vision's LinkedIn Strategist and Manager. Then I'm going to click this little icon for it to use DALL-E. DALL-E is ChatGPT's image creation tool. I'm having it create a little icon for me. Okay, then I'm going to describe what this is. Help Vision manage his LinkedIn. Now here I'm going to give it its instructions, but we're going to do an advanced mode here. Rather than just give it regular instructions, what we are going to do is we're going to use ChatGPT to design the best prompt. So remember how yesterday I showed you how to use ChatGPT to design a deep research prompt? Today we're going to use ChatGPT to design the LinkedIn prompt. Okay, so yesterday I had this conversation with ChatGPT in front of you, and I said, I need a deep research prompt to create the ultimate guide to LinkedIn. ChatGPT designed the prompt, and then we activated deep research and we asked ChatGPT to run the prompt. It asked me 3 clarifying questions. I answered it, and then it went ahead. It took about 30 minutes, so we didn't get to actually see the complete result yesterday, but overnight it completed the project. So now, what I'm going to ask it to do, because it's already written this guide, I'm going to ask it to help me create the GPT that we're going to feed this guide into. So let's take a look. I'm going to say, now I'm going to use voice record mode because I want to show you how easy this is. Hey, ChatGPT buddy. I love calling it buddy. I love your deep research guide on LinkedIn. So this is Vision, and now I'm creating a custom GPT to actually look at my LinkedIn and advise me on the best content to share. You can look at all of the memories that you have on me, everything you know about Mindvalley. You can look across all the different project files we've shared. And what I want you to do is to design a GPT instruction prompt for me that I can copy and paste into my custom GPT. Will you do that for me now? So I talked to it in a very polite way. It honestly doesn't care, but I love interacting with it. See, look what it said. Hey, buddy, love that you love calling me buddy, and I absolutely got you on this. So ChatGPT will reflect back to you your sense of humor. So now I have my prompt. I'm now going to copy it. Okay, so we're going to copy the prompt. You don't have to read it. It's pretty advanced. And it talks about the tone of response. It talks about how to align with thought leadership, with promoting new initiatives. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to go to that GPT creator, and I'm going to paste it here. That's it. And now we're almost done. Almost done. The next thing we're going to do is I'm just going to add this one line. For more info, refer to attached files. Okay, just that one line. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload into ChatGPT the ultimate LinkedIn guide. That's this. This is what it produced. So you stick it on Google, and then you download it as a text file. Why not PDF? PDFs are much heavier, and PDFs contain lots of different markup language, which is for fonts and design. ChatGPT doesn't need any of that. It just cares about raw text. So you download it as a text file that makes it super light, and it saves on AI bandwidth. But we're not done. Remember how yesterday we went to Manus and we asked Manus is the Chinese AI, to analyze my LinkedIn. Manus is really good at that. And Manus produced a guide on Vision's LinkedIn. So this is data on the top topics, how my posts are doing. This is going to be really useful. See, it even came up with this, that this article on empathy got the highest engagement. So this data is going to be useful to our ChatGPT, because our ChatGPT now will understand a little bit more about my LinkedIn. By the way, Manus is so cool. Today it asked me if it wanted me to build a website to reflect this data. So I just said yes. Let's see what it came up with. It came up with a giant white page. This is the issue with live demos. Maybe I got to click on edit mode. Great. I'm going to edit this giant white page. All right, so that obviously was meant to impress you, but it absolutely did not work. But I'm just going to blame Manus. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the Manus file, which is an analysis of my LinkedIn, and I'm going to upload it here as well. So now ChatGPT has an analysis of my LinkedIn, and it has its own deep research report on how to write LinkedIn article for conscious creators. Now you can see it started creating. Now I'm going to make this available for now just only me. But remember, you can do the same thing for your LinkedIn. You don't want to use my GPT because my GPT is for my audience. You want to create a GPT to help you with your audience. Okay, now this is published. Now, I'm going to say this. I'm in the middle of AI Summit right now, and I want to post to celebrate our community for day 2. We've been talking about AI Summit, so you kind of know what that's about. What do you think I should highlight? And what do you think I should highlight? And how can I get people who follow me on LinkedIn super excited to sign up for day 3? Okay, let's see what it does. Now notice I'm not using any advanced prompts. I'm just speaking to it like I'm a dumb CEO who knows nothing about LinkedIn, which actually isn't so far from the truth. I'm speaking to it like it is a really powerful, smart, obedient employee. Now, look what it's doing. It's saying what to highlight, the community vibe, day 2 highlights, gratitude and momentum, call to action. Notice it's not telling me exactly, it's not just giving me the article, it's telling me how to think. When you use ChatGPT, if I just told it, give me the article, that's actually going to hurt your brain. And in fact, there was a study that shows that people who use AI that way, their cognition ability actually goes down. What you instead want to do is use AI as a thinking buddy. So here, it's helping me understand, it's giving me some templates, some suggested hooks, and it's even telling me the best time to post. So now let me ask it why. Okay, I like to ask it to explain its thinking so I can learn. So I'm just curious. I want to know what made you choose this post, and also, is there any image that I should add to it? Also, don't you think it might be better if I actually added a lesson to the post? Finally, look at the report that I uploaded on my current LinkedIn. What do you learn from that report that might make you increase the post engagement? So here I'm reminding it, I'm questioning it, and I'm also reminding it to look at the report I sent it. Okay, so now it's telling me why it recommended this post. Emotional storytelling and authority equals high engagement. Your top performing content, like the empathy and vulnerability posts, thrived because you showed up as human, not just as founder. You see, it's teaching me. What did I just learn? Show up as more human on LinkedIn. And then, here, Summit Focus with community energy. Your audience loves being part of something bigger. Framing it as we're in this together, community plus co-creation, boosts relatability, and invite them into your mission, not just your event. I learned something there, did you? So you see, when you use ChatGPT this way, you question it, you ask it to explain its thinking, you will actually learn how to be better at LinkedIn, or Instagram, or email, or coding, or email copywriting. Okay, now, I asked it, should I add a lesson? It says 100% yes. And here's how to do it without making the post too long. So you see, it's giving me a caveat. It's not blindly going, great, let's put a lesson in. It's understanding that my best posts are not very long. And then it's giving me visual ideas, options. It's telling me what the report thought it. From your profile and audit engagement breakdown, here are key takeaways. Okay, your video with AI clone got good traction. If you want next level reach, record a quick selfie style recap of day 2 with the same post copy. Great, now I'm going to say, put everything together and just give me the post. Okay, I'm running out of time right now. I'm actually in front of a live audience. I need you to impress the heck out of them, bring in your humor, and give me the most amazing post that I can post on my LinkedIn immediately and a suggested image. Go. So let's see what my buddy ChatGPT does. Now again, you can go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth for hours if you want, but we all have deadlines. My deadline is the clock counting down in front of me before Caitlin kicks me off the stage. And so here is the post. Day 2 of Mindvalley AI Summit just ended, and my brain is melting in the best way. Notice the humor? We didn't just talk prompts and productivity hacks. We talk what happens when AI becomes a mirror for your greatest fears, your wildest ideas, and your highest self. And then it gives me ideas. Now, I will point out one thing. It doesn't know what we've covered on day 2 because day 2 hasn't ended yet. So what it's come up here is actually bullshit. How do we correct this bullshit? Well, what we're going to do is, at the end of day 2, I'm going to upload the transcript of this day into ChatGPT, have it analyze the transcript, and then say, pick 5 or 6 really powerful lessons from this transcript. So it's going to get a massive long file, and that's the post we're going to put up. Got it, team? So my team gets this. My team is going to do the same thing. So that's how you build your own GPT. And as you can see over here, I have all of these different GPTs. I have Interview Master. Okay, Interview Master helps me research people for interviews. Interview Master helped me with my recent interview with Gwyneth Paltrow. I have Book Title AI. Book Title AI helps me brainstorm titles for books. But it all starts with feeding your GPT data. And the data can be a deep research creation. You can literally ask deep research to bring in the strategies from all of the favorite people you follow, create a guide for you. And the data can also come from analyzing your own website, your own content using Manus. Okay, and that's what Manus produces. So this takes me to the second important lesson that I want you guys to know, the importance of data. So in 2020, when AI was just coming out, I picked up a copy of The Economist magazine. It had a front page article on AI. And as I thumbed to that article, something really hit me. It was this one line: 85% of any AI project is simply about getting the right data. What that article meant is, if you want to implement AI anywhere, the most important thing is your data accurate? Is your data readable by AI? And this is a completely different way of thinking. It's called data architecture thinking. Now, I was fortunate. 20 years ago, I graduated with a degree in computer science from the University of Michigan. That's one of the world's top 5 computer science university. So I had this advantage. I know not everybody has that advantage, but I've learned to think in terms of what is called computational thinking. So I naturally think in terms of data. Those of you who enrolled in Mindvalley's AI Mastery, which is the micro degree on AI, computational thinking is actually a key part of it. Because once you think computationally, you can solve problems, scale your business in a completely different way. You are so much more productive because you understand not just how to create prompts, but how to work with data. So it was 2020 when I read that Economist article, or late 2019, and then the pandemic happened. And what I'm showing you here is actually how we started turning all the information in my brain as a CEO into data. So let me show you what we did. Okay, so the pandemic happened. All of a sudden, our entire events division couldn't operate. I had 35 people with no job, and I was faced with a decision. I either lay them off or find a way to reposition them. It was around this time that I remembered the article in The Economist. I knew that AI was coming, and I asked myself, well, where does Mindvalley store its data? And it's all over the place. It's in Google spreadsheets, it's in Google Docs, some of it was in paper, some of it was in people's brain. And then I came across another article by McKinsey. McKinsey said 20% of a knowledge worker's time is wasted looking up information because they never filed it properly in the first place. So here's what I did. I assembled those 35 people who didn't have any work to do, and I gave them full salary and a 5-month project. They could work from home in the middle of the pandemic, but what they had to do is go through all our data and classify it in a tool called Airtable. Airtable is like a cross between a database and Google Sheets. It's a really powerful tool. Our entire business runs on it. And let me show you what they mean by classification. So what is the core data of a company like Mindvalley? It's our programs. So every program, let's look at this one by Mahatria, Journey to Infinitism, right? We have the release date, the abbreviation. Okay, we have the fact that it's published, the category it sits in. It's a quest. We have it in English. That's the author's name, Mahatria. We have the outcomes that this program generates in a user. We have the areas of growth. It's pretty detailed. And now, all of our programs are not just sitting loosely. We have a list of all our programs, the author, but all our programs are tied to a particular outcome, whether it's a particular area of growth, whether it's boost creativity or speak, but we go even deeper because this is how obsessed we are with data. Let's say communication, okay? Communication as an area of growth is broken down into the following outcomes: better public speaking, better communication, body language, improving presenting skills. The data is so tight that basically my entire brain is now in this particular Airtable. It didn't happen easy. Back then, it took 35 people about 4 months to get it done. Today, with AI, it'll take 3 people, maybe 1 month, because AI has gotten so much smarter in the last 5 years, it can sort your data for you. But here's the brilliance of it. In the past, okay, if somebody said, one of my employees said, hey, Vishen, we got a request for a speaker to speak in Cairo, Egypt. And they want a female speaker to talk about entrepreneurship. They want someone who maybe has a Middle Eastern origin and can bring in entrepreneurship, but also talk about AI. Now, in the past, all of that would be saved in my head, and I would think, okay, I know about 100 authors that I publish on Mindvalley, who's Middle Eastern, who's women, who maybe can talk about AI, who can talk about entrepreneurship, and it'll have to come from my memory. But now we don't have to do that anymore because our data is so well organized. See, I can go to this list. I can see every single talk delivered at Mindvalley for every single event, the audience rating for the talk, the type of talk, the outcome of the talk, the name of the person who gave the talk. This is over 1,000 different talks over the last 15 years. Everything is logged. And just by running a simple query, I can pull up the right teacher because we know we know the authors, we know the author's gender, we know which author might be located in the Middle East, we know which author talks about AI or entrepreneurship. We are able to pull up the exact author. In fact, if I think about that right now, it'll probably be Iman, who coincidentally is the person speaking after me. So you'll learn from her. So now my team doesn't actually need to tap into me all the time. It's because my brain is organized like a data map. So this is what is called a relational database. Okay, this is pretty complex. Don't freak out. But I want to show you what's going on in the background. Okay? Everything on Mindvalley is organized as data. Let's look at meditations. So I'm going to pull up. Okay, actually, let's look at authors. Okay, so we think of an author as name, maybe age, maybe specialty topics. You can see all of the information we have on every single one of their authors. The certificates that they are able to license, the programs, Vision's connection. Actually, we even measure how connected I am to the author because certain authors I just know as an acquaintance, some I know as a friend. Everything is there. But this is my brain in the cloud. You're going to learn to do the same thing. Now, by the way, you don't do this manually. We teach you how to just organically put your data in Airtable. Airtable organizes this in what is called tabular data. Tabular data is like Excel. It's like a CSV. It's a spreadsheet. Tabular data, by the way, AI loves that. It's well-marked data. Once you do this, this is 85% of your AI project. Now, some of you may be thinking, well, damn, I don't run a company like Mindvalley. What is my data? So I want to show you some examples. So let's say you're a speaker, okay? So you're a speaker, and I speak, I create content. My data is actually my stories. So here I have all the stories that I use on stage organized as data. You can see I've tagged it to the year this thing happened, to the emotion that the story brings out, whether it's reflective or vulnerability or love. And then the story is tied to an angle. The story often has a relevant picture. The story is tied to a core language. Let's look at this one. Waitress and tip in Copenhagen during COVID. If you guys read my newsletter, you might remember this story. So the story is on the angle of compassion and on the angle of unity. The entire story is scripted out over here. How did I get it scripted out? I read it into ChatGPT, and I tell ChatGPT, here's the story. I want you to just type it out for me. So when I read it out, it'll have its ms, its rs. It may not be perfect. I just briefly describe it, and I ask ChatGPT to expand it, add a mic drop, maybe add some wit and humor, teach me how I can improve it, and then I paste it over here. So you may be thinking, I don't run a company, I'm a coach. Well, whatever is your coaching methodology, that is your data. Start organizing it. Maybe you're writing books. Well, your stories that you put in your books, your lesson, this becomes your data. Let me show you how this is actually organized for me. So Mindvalley, yes, is my company, but I also love speaking. As soon as this event is over, I'm flying to Egypt to speak near Alexandria. The data for my speaking company is super basic. It's the speeches I have, And every speech is made up of angles, okay? So for example, here's an example angle. Don't wait, be the inspiration you were waiting for. And every angle has a story, a core lesson, and then a practice or something to write down. Story, core lesson, practice. Each of these are a different sheet on Airtable, and these arrows represent how they are linked to each other. So now let's look at a sample speech, okay? Hang on, my computer is, and then I'm going to show you this, sorry, wrong Airtable. My computer is crashing on me. Give me a sec. Okay, let me just close a couple of windows. I had way too many windows open, and especially AI applications sometimes take up a lot of memory, but we'll be back in a moment. Okay, so even if your business is not a complex business, you have data. You could be having a restaurant. Your data would be maybe the layout of your restaurant. It could be your top customers whom you want to send Christmas cards to with maybe a coupon every Christmas. It could be the names of your staff. It could be your favorite recipes, the ratings on these recipes, the most ordered items. When you can organize this, you can make AI really work for you. And I want to show you another example before we end. So this is the data for Mindvalley States. So Mindvalley States is a supplement company. By the way, it's a sponsor of this event. If you want to get really amazing supplements for focus, etc., go to mindvalleystates.com and check it out. Now, what we do in Mindvalley States is we keep a database of all the core ingredients. This is produced by a supplement scientists with the aid of AI. So for example, saffron. Saffron causes aging better, eating well, looking good, wellness, 1x daily. This is the dosage. Okay, there's a description over here. So this again is on Airtable. Now we're able to download this, stick it into ChatGPT, and what I've created here is a supplement GPT that I use to plan my day. So it's fed with all of the data from Mindvalley States and our team and the supplement scientists who work for us. But this is what it's now able to do. I can talk to it at the start of every week. I tell it what's going on that week, and it plans my supplement schedule for me. So watch this. Based on all the data you have about my health, my age, my recent medical scans, as well as the following goals which I have for this week, I want you to give me a supplement plan. Tell me what to take in the morning, the afternoon, and before going to bed. And what I want to optimize for is fat loss, muscle gain, sleeping super well, stress relief, travel, because I have to fly to Egypt and then Amsterdam in the coming week. Also, I want to be in good moods. I want to feel really energetic when I wake up in the morning, and I want to have great eyesight, great skin. Okay, so that's it. It's just a dialogue. And now, based on what it's fed with my own data and everything else ChatGPT knows, it's creating my supplement stack for me. So I no longer randomly put supplements together. And very often I will discover new supplements as I'm doing this. Okay, so now this may be a little bit too much. I don't want to pop 15 pills a day. So I'm going to say, hey, listen, buddy, that's way too much. What do you think I am? Some biohacker freak? What I want you to do is simplify this to 5 pills in the morning when I'm in my fasted state, 5 during lunch. You know what I normally eat for lunch. And then just 2 or 3 during the evening before going to bed. Chill, buddy. And let's see what it comes up with. So conversational AI, super important. And learn to use it because you'll have so much more fun and you can help ChatGPT understand you better. So you can see what it's just done. It said, it even replied, got it, buddy. Message received loud and clear. We're not building a lab in your belly. Let's keep it lean, focused, and powerful. Here's your refined supplement plan. By the way, if you like the way my ChatGPT talks to me, you can tell yours, speak to me in a funny way, use wit, use charisma. You can even tell it, talk to me like you're George Clooney. You know, whoever is your dream man or woman that you'd love to be interacting with. And there you go, supplement plan. But this isn't generic ChatGPT. This is based on data that we have fed it. Okay, so I'm exactly 24 seconds over. We're going to go to the next speaker. We're going to come back and we're going to learn about cloning. Back to you, Caitlin.
Thank you so much, Vishen. Every time Vishen teaches something, I learn. I'm taking notes with you. My dad had to get blood this morning, and I was like, "Do you have to fast?" And everything he taught us yesterday, I put it into the chat. I'm like, "No, no coffee, no food." Yes. So now I'm so excited to try this brain organizing data map that you've just created. But another big part of all of our lives today, guys, is social media, right? This is how we interact. So many of you guys are either coaches or entrepreneurs. Actually, no matter who you are or what you do, you have a content presence. And if you don't, that's something in this world you should have. And so I'm really excited for our next speaker because this is what she's doing. She's bridging the gap between technology and content creation. She's the founder of Vocable.ai, which is helping companies simplify, scale, and has helped companies save up to 20 hours a week in having this content creation. So she is such an incredible human being and a leader in this space. She's spoken at Harvard, MIT. Her book is incredible. So please, everybody, get excited. Take notes on this. Stick with us. This is going to be an incredible session. Please welcome Aman Obu.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Caitlin. I'm so excited to be back on here. I'm really excited about today's session, and in order for us to maximize it, I just want to set the tone a little bit, but it's going to be a very simple hands-on session today that we're going to go over a few demos and a couple of really exciting tools that you can use to batch create and script your video content. But today's session is about scaling high-impact content with AI. But to make the most of our time, I want to get really specific about what kind of content we're talking about. And we're going to be focusing mostly on UGC style video content, or as I like to call them, the talking heads type of video content, which basically drives really great brand discovery when done well, and also sales if you decide to use these kind of video content for paid ads. So I'm going to teach you a simple workflow to batch script and generate these videos using AI avatars. No creative team, no production budget, and most importantly, no influencer outreach required, which is something that I feel like is taking a lot out of businesses. And especially if you want to create batches of videos that you want to just test messaging or creative with, this is a great way to get started. So, and this is also especially powerful if you run an e-commerce brand or sell digital products, and then want actually to create content that converts, but again, don't have the time to keep reinventing the wheel. So the simple tech stack that we're going to be using today, and I'm just going to go over it quickly, is Vocable AI to generate your video campaign content ideas and scripts that are tailored to your brand messaging. Again, you can also use ChatGPT for this. You can use Claude if you're just creating one video script at a time or just want to experiment here and there. But if you want to scale your output efficiently without the back and forth prompting, then I recommend Vocable AI as a tool, which is also trained on emotionally resonant storytelling frameworks, which do really well for these kind of video content. Then we're going to use HeyGen to instantly turn those scripts into UGC style avatar videos. And for today, we're going to be using HeyGen because of speed and simplicity. But if I have some time, I might show you one more tool that actually is more advanced for those who want to experiment with better settings and take your avatar to, different landscapes or whatnot. And then we're going to use Captions.ai for fast, clean AI dynamic edits. And I get a lot of questions about how do you use AI to just edit talking heads really quickly without having editing background. This tool really is a game changer for me. So I'm going to just dive in right away so that we can start experimenting with these tools. And let me just share my screen here. Okay, so The first step then will as I mentioned, is to go on vocable.ai. It's a great tool to batch create scripts and content for different channels. Especially if you don't want to go back and forth with ChatGPT and figure out the prompts, figure out the kind of hooks that you need for your script, and then train it on emotionally resonant content. This tool already is trained for all of that. And also it gives you a 30-day campaign with just one core prompt and one script. So as you can see here, the dashboard looks like this. Now let's, for today's use case, let's pretend that I have a brand called Be Kind. It's a hair care. Let's say I'm a hair care e-commerce founder, and I want to create content, UGC content for my hair care brand, Be Kind. So I've already gone on Vocable and added my brand as a brand identity. As you can see here, I added my website and it analyzed the entire website and my products, my value proposition, and it created this Be Kind brand identity that now Vocable takes in context in order to create content that is tailored to my specific brand. So now I go back to the dashboard. I add in my prompt. So create a TikTok content campaign for a clean heritage hair care brand called Be Kind, launching a new collection inspired by Moroccan beauty rituals. So this is where you give it a little bit of a background on what kind of campaign or content you're trying to create. And also, if you want to be more specific about your target audience or any specific products that you want to focus on with this campaign, this is where you add it all into your prompt. Then you pick your channel. So in this case, for today's use case, we're going to say we're creating TikTok style video content for the brand for the hair care brand Be Kind. And now I already have my brand saved, so I can pick it from the drop down. This also gives extra context. And the good thing about this, again, you could always do this on ChatGPT as well if you want to feed it your own brand, messaging, value proposition, audience, niche keywords. But with Vocable, it already kind of has that in context and it's already saved. You just have to pick the brand that you're creating content for. And then you now choose your campaign goal. So in this case, let's say sales conversion, right? So of course you can choose your different languages if you're creating content for different markets. You can also create different campaigns for different channels, but in today's use case, we're going to focus solely on creating a TikTok campaign. So pretty simple. Now you have your prompt, you picked your channel, you picked your brand and your goal, and now you hit generate. And what it does is now creates a 30-day campaign of scripts specifically for TikTok that are going to be high converting, top of funnel type of content, and also with built-in hooks. It's trained on storytelling frameworks. So it really is a script that is already structured in a way to give you maximum high impact and conversion. So now you could start seeing it come up with all of your scripts for your TikTok videos. And the good thing about doing this with this platform is that it's all cohesive, right? So you have one main messaging or one main core idea that we inputted in the prompt. And now it created a full 30-day campaign around that specific launch or that specific message. So your content is very cohesive across the board. So now we have, as you could see, all of this great ideas to start with, which is a good kind of stepping stone. So you don't have to figure out, okay, what kind of content do I post? What kind of videos do I make? So now you have a few to choose from. And then you start kind of going through and looking at the different scripts. So let's start with, I tried the clay mask. And now you could start seeing it come up with the full script. So as you can see, there is sections to it, right? As this is trained for specific storytelling frameworks. So it breaks down the script and it also gives you visual notes, any text overlay for your editing, pattern interrupt, just to let you know how the script is actually flowing. And then also gives you the time frame for each one. And at the bottom, it gives you some questions or kind of comment bait that you can use for your post in order to actually maximize engagement. So we won't go through all of this for today's session because we want to maximize time. But as you can see, you can go through it. This is your time as the human in the loop to do some editing, look through the copy, add any personal changes or personal stories that you want to infuse into your script. And then once you feel like it's in a good place, then you want to take that script and then move on to HeyGen. So for, let's say now we're loving this script, we can start kind of copying some of the parts of it. And then we go to HeyGen. We open our avatars. And again, you could use this for your own clone, but today's specific session is going to be focused on more just UGC. Let's say you don't want to show your face, you don't want to be the face of your brand, but you want to make it look like you have other UGC creators talking about your brand, selling your product. This is obviously they have a great library for all of UGC type of content. And so you start kind of browsing through here. Okay, what kind of avatar would look great for the purpose that I'm trying to achieve here? Since we are promoting a hair care brand, we'll go for someone that has great hair or looks like they could be promoting hair care brands. So we'll pick this one as an example since I've already worked with her, quote unquote. And then now you're being taken to your content studio on HeyGen. So this is where you start pulling the script from Vocable into your HeyGen content studio. So as you can see, it's pretty simple. So here's where your avatar is. So now we've already picked one. Your script is where you add your script. You can also, if you don't want to pull from, as we mentioned, Vocable, there is also a way to use ChatGPT within HeyGen if you haven't tried that already. But at least with this process, I highly recommend that you batch script all of your content first using a tool like Vocable. So you have all of your scripts ready. You've already edited them. You know exactly what you're going to be saying. You know the kind of avatar you're looking for, the setting and whatnot. And then now you move on to HeyGen and actually start pulling your script from Vocable to HeyGen. So let's say we start looking at the parts of the scripts that we want, and then we start copying that straight into your, script. And again, I haven't really read through the script yet, so let's assume it's good and it makes sense and we've already edited it. And now you just kind of keep going and adding all the parts that you want. You don't have to take the entire script, but at least some parts that make sense to you after you edit, then you just copy the ones that you'd like, and then you add it to your HeyGen. And just to keep in mind for editing purposes, it's always good to create these videos in 1 minute or less parses, because when you are using AI editing tools, they don't always take in longer videos. So this is kind of the downside, I think, of just video generated content with AI now, is even if you're using VO3 or any other bigger video models, they usually work in 8-second frames. So you have to think in frames versus thinking in the entire script. So when you're kind of scripting your content and you're looking through the scripts that you get from Vocable, that's also why we have them structured as sections in order to think of every section as its own frame. And this helps with your editing. It helps with your AI generation video content. It just helps you think in frames versus long scripts, because that's not how AI works at this moment. So let's say we just want, for this purpose, just these three liners to get going with, right? So we want to make sure that we're covering all of this. And you want to ensure that your frames covers your entire script, so it has to match. So let's fix that here. And then making sure that it's not more than 1 minute. Okay, it's 30 seconds, which is great because Captions AI only takes in 1 minute videos or less. Okay, and now we submit. You can also try different voices. So let's try Valeria's voice and see how it sounds. And let me know if
They said this ancient Moroccan ritual would change everything. They were right.
Can you guys hear the sound? Yeah, okay, great. Awesome. So yeah, I think this is where I also try different voices. You can try your own voice.
Day one, my scalp was a disaster. Oily roots, buildup everywhere, nothing worked. Then I discovered this ancient Moroccan clay ritual that women have used for centuries.
Okay, it's a little too robotic. So they have other ones to choose from. Let's see what Allison sounds like. Also, you can use your own voice if you'd like, if you're using your own.
They said this ancient Moroccan ritual would change everything. They were.
I actually thought Valeria's voice was a little soothing. But this is where you do your own kind of look throughs, right? So let's keep Valeria for now. Let's say we have gone through and we liked it, but just for demo purposes.
They said this ancient day one.
The other thing too that you could do is play around with the settings. So if you want more style exaggeration, you can play around with this until you find your sweet spot. You can also make the speed a little bit more like faster or slower, depending on the kind of voice you're landing on.
They said this ancient Moroccan ritual would change everything. They were right.
So there are some settings to play around with. And then if you are uploading your own voice,
Day one,
settings are
my
much
scalp
better.
was a disaster. Oily roots build up everywhere. Nothing worked. Then I discovered this ancient Moroccan clay ritual that women have used for centuries. Day one.
Okay, so you kind of get the point, right? So you have to do a little bit more playing around with the voices. You have to figure out your style exaggeration. And once you find your sweet spot with a voice, then you can just save that and keep it as a default. But that would be a little bit more work on your end to figure that out. So let's say we've loved Valeria and then we added our script, then we can go on and, kind of start generating our video here. Now it takes a little bit of time to generate the full avatar. And the key with these avatars is probably going to be mostly in the editing part. So while this is generating, let's go to the Captions.ai app. Let me move this. Can't see it. Okay, so now we go to Captions.ai app, and I've gotten a lot of questions about which apps are great to just use AI to edit, especially if you don't have any editing skills. I personally have zero editing skills. I barely ever even trimmed a video before until recently. And I have been using Captions app for all of my Talking Heads videos that I think are easy to make. And then also if you want to create and make things really quickly, you don't want to spend too much time editing the Talking Heads. You want just using AI edit templates. Captions.ai has a great library of that. I will say though, just caveat, the app on the mobile phone is way better than what we have right now on desktop. This is the first time I'm using the desktop because for demo purposes, but if you want to really use this at its capacity and it's also on the go and quick, their actual mobile app on the App Store, Captions app, is extremely efficient and easy to use. I just upload my talking head and then I click on AI edit and it does all the editing for us. So let's say we loved our talking head. We kind of got the last, the final touch to it. Now we come to AI edit, right? So you upload it here. And this is where you have this edit style library that allows you to pick from different editing styles. So you don't have to do this on your own. If you don't know how to edit, this is a great way to keep your content very, dynamic and interesting, especially if you're using AI avatars. The key is always in the editing. You don't want your talking head to be on screen for too long. And you want to complement that with some B-roll, with some product shot, maybe some graphics and writing. And even I do this for my own talking heads, even when I don't use my AI avatar. It's very engaging and just adds a little bit of flair to your content. So as you could see here, we can look at some different options. So it already shows you how the editing looks like. You can click on to see how it starts and what are the different ways it edits. And once you feel like you found something that works for you, let's say for this one, we'll go with something simple or something more edgy like this could be interesting. So let's click this one. And now you pick your colors, and the colors are usually for your background, for your caption. So if you have any specific brand colors, this is where you can add them as well. But for this specific use case, we'll pick this color because it's closer to Moroccan vibes. And now you create your project. So what it does now is just takes your talking head and then just does all the editing for you automatically. And then the final result, while this is loading, we can show you here so that we can save some time. And again, keep in mind the experience here is slower in comparison to what you get on the mobile app. So now after you pick your AI edit style, this is what it would look like.
While everyone's obsessing over 5-minute hair masks and instant treatments, I found this ancient Moroccan practice that takes 2 hours but delivers results no quick fix ever could. I used to be that person rushing through beauty routines, buying every trending.
So this is where you do play around with it a little bit. Again, I think with AI avatars, the problem is always in the mouth. So I always try to either cover the parts where you could see that it's obviously AI generated, or then I just compensate that with graphics. And so the easy way here to edit, if you want to give it more, options, is when you click on different parts and frames. So you click on it, let's say the first frame or second frame. Now you see this right hand navigation bar where you can click on this style here, and you can also pick the different frame you want. So let's say I don't want her to talk on a second frame. I don't want her face to be showing because maybe the mouth is obvious. So instead I will use this frame for the edit. And now it changes it to that frame. So it's very easy editing skills that doesn't require a lot, especially if you're getting started with this. This is very, very good way to especially test out a lot of your messaging and creative without having to overpay and have a huge budget for UGC creators, influencers, and creative team. So now it basically changed that into what I just mentioned. So it's a very slow experience on the desktop, as you could see. It's also because we're on Zoom and the bandwidth, but okay, let's see. Let's refresh.
While everyone's obsessing over 5-minute hair masks and instant treatments, I found this ancient Moroccan practice that takes 2 hours.
And now you can get rid of the sounds. I don't like the sounds because they're a little too loud, or you can maybe put down the volume, but
delivers results no quick
we can move the captions down.
Fix ever could. I used to be that person rushing through beauty routine.
You can take out the sounds, or maybe change this frame. And there are different
buying
frames
every
that you can
trending
pick
hair
from.
product. My hair was fried, brittle, and nothing worked. Then I learned about pre-wash oiling from Moroccan traditions. Before you buy the next miracle serum, imagine if you already had everything you needed.
Okay, so that's
This
basically
ritual
now
costs under $5 and delivers
you
results
get
that would cost
with this
hundreds.
AI edit, and it's up to you to do the kind of final touches and the final edits depending on what you're really looking for. But this is kind of just a quick way to batch create this kind of video content without having to rely on too many UGC creators. I've tested this out with ads particularly, so it doesn't always need to be organic content, but for ads, it's a really great way to test out your creative. Again, and then whatever works for you, then you can go and hire UGC creators to kind of emulate the same style. But this is a good testing ground for anyone who's getting started with their e-commerce brand or digital products. And there's actually a lot of new faceless video content channels that are using only AI avatars to promote certain different products through affiliate marketing. And I've seen these work really well. Once you kind of get the hang of it, this becomes a really easy way to scale your content without having to ever film, hire a creative team, or deal with influencers. But as you could see, the tools are there. The foundation is there, but it does require a little bit of tweaking and investing in finding your style and your flow. But once you do, you're definitely going to be able to scale your content a lot faster. So I know we're coming up on time here.
Yeah, we're out of time, Aman. I don't want to interrupt you. That was so good. Thank you so much for, for so many people, this is a brand new thing. And so to have somebody in your field with your experience, show them the ways that they can even, as you mentioned, test products before going to market. Or if some of you maybe aren't in a business and just want to put out really great, I know there's a lot of coaches that are part of Mindvalley and want to create content that's inspiring or engaging, but maybe you don't want to show up. Thank you for walking us through how to get a script, how to then use that with Vocable, how to use HeyGen, how to add captions, and just taking us through this whole process. And it's just really eye-opening. And that was, guys, that was 20 minutes. And in 20 minutes, and with the slow bandwidth. So imagine how much quicker this can be. But this is what's available. And this is what Aman is bringing to the world and showing people, whether you're just starting out, whether you're an entrepreneur and you want to test things before you go to market, or using them to go to market. These are the tools that AI has now that will help us do that. So Aman, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your wisdom, and we're so grateful for you. So guys, we're gonna move on. We're gonna bring Vishen back. There is more mind-blowing stuff to see. So Vishen, welcome back. We're gonna continue with this example of what AI can do in content creation. You're on, V.
Welcome back, everyone. What I'm going to show you next might actually cause your grandmother to faint. I'm going to show you how to clone yourself with AI. So first thing we're going to do is I'm going to show you how I'm using clones. On the Mindvalley application, we decided to add clones of our authors because I already showed you earlier that I really don't give a damn about LinkedIn messages. So many people have questions for me, so many people have messages, but if I answered all your messages, I basically would not be able to teach meditation because I would be perpetually stressed and overworked. So I decided long ago that what I'm going to do is I'm going to ignore messaging. I do not check email. I do not check LinkedIn messages. There's only one way to reach me, and people who know me know what that secret technique is. But as a result, I needed a way where I could be able to reach all of my audience and help them in matters of need. So we decided to create a clone of me. This clone is trained on my voice. It's trained on every book I've ever written, every interview, every YouTube video, every article I write. It's trained on every lesson I teach, including these lessons. And I'm going to invite you to meet this clone that we officially just launched a few days ago. Okay, so what you're seeing next is Mindvalley's Manifesting Mastery. So this is the micro degree program on Mindvalley. It's in a beautiful app. The app is featured in the Apple Store. It's a gorgeous experience. And those of you who use AI Mastery, it's going to be a very similar field, but this is what we recently added. It's called an author avatar. And I'm going to show you how to do it. So here you can text me and ask me any question, but you can also speak to me with voice. So I'm going to call up my clone right now as if I'm a Mindvalley customer and ask my clone some really deep questions on goal setting and manifesting. Would you guys like to see the demo? Let's get started. So we're going to start the call, and let's hope this works.
Hey, how's your 6-phase meditation practice coming along? Have you started noticing any of those
So
shifts
I need to be
we
able to
talked
hear the
about?
clone. Guys, could you turn up the volume?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure about that one. Let's dive back into something I can help you with. How's your manifestation journey going? Are there any specific goals or blocks you'd like to work through?
Hey, Vishen, so what I want you to do is I want you to help me understand the 3 scenes technique used in your Silva lectures, right? What's the best time of the day to do that? Now listen
The
to the
3
response.
scenes technique is a powerful visualization method from the Silva method, and it works by projecting 3 distinct images onto a mental screen to shift your reality. First, you visualize your current situation, including any challenges or pain points. Then you imagine the process of transformation. What steps or actions are happening to move you forward?
Thank you, Vishen. That's
Finally,
enough.
you
So I have another question for you. Okay? What is the most beautiful memory you've ever had with either one of your kids? And which of your kids do you actually love more?
You know, it's impossible to choose one child over the other. Love doesn't work that way.
Pass the
Each of my
test.
kids brings something unique and magical into my life. Some of my most beautiful memories are the simple, everyday moments, like when they run up to me for a hug or share their wild, imaginative ideas. Those moments remind me of the pure joy and wonder of being a parent. What about you? Do you have a memory with a loved one that lights up your heart?
So that's pretty cool, right? You can see that the clone responds just like me. Now, the clone doesn't have information on my kids. This clone, so you can create a clone that actually understands your personal life. And in fact, for the tool we are using, people use it to create clones of their grandparents so that when the grandparents pass on, the grandparents' stories, the grandparents' ideas can still be preserved. My clone is designed to not share too much about my personal life. This clone is on manifesting,
I'm
so it
still
was wrong
listening
about
if you
my
would
kids.
like to keep chatting.
My kids, for example, will never run up and hug me because they're freaking teenagers and hugging is just icky to them at this stage. It's a phase they go through. And if you're a parent of a teenager, you know what I'm talking about. So let's go a little bit further. I want to show you how this is created and how you can do it as well. And I'm going to show you a more advanced clone. So those of you who are part of Manifesting Mastery, our micro degree program, you can now directly talk to me. The advantage of this is while you're driving, while you're stuck in traffic, you just listen to a lesson. You
Are
can
you
go
still
and
there?
speak. Yes, I'm still here. I'm still here. I want you to just explain, Vision Clone, how can people use you in the best way to learn manifesting?
The best way to use me for mastering manifestation is to treat me as your personal guide to aligning your thoughts, emotions, and actions with your deepest desires. Start by sharing your specific goals or challenges, whether it's about career, relationships, health, or something else. I'll help you clarify your intentions, identify limiting beliefs, and
Okay, so you guys get the idea. I just switched off the clone. Now, the technology we are using is called Delphi. Very affordable. It's about a couple of $100 a month. And a lot of thought leaders are now using Delphi to clone themselves. But what I want to show you next is the next level of cloning. This isn't available to everyone yet. It's still in beta. But Delphi worked with Iman to clone her. And what we're about to bring up is not just a voice clone, but a clone of Iman's entire face and visage, okay? So this is going to be wild.
Hi, I'm Imanubu. How can I help you today?
Hey, Iman, how are you?
Hi, Vishen. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you? What's on your mind today?
Okay, but that's freaky. How did you know it's me, Vision? Because a few months ago when I was using this tool, you could not identify me unless I told you who I was.
Well, Vishen, I recognize you because your name is part of the information I've been provided for this chat. It's like having a little memory bank of our past interactions. It's all about making our conversations more personal and meaningful. So, what's new with you?
Well, firstly, can you see me? Can you tell me what's going on? Can you comment on, do you like how I'm dressed?
I can see you, Vishen. You're looking sharp and put together as always. Your outfit has a great balance of professionalism and personality. It really suits you. What's the occasion today?
Look at where I am right now. Where do you think I could be? And observe what's going on.
I can see you're in a lively and dynamic setting. Vishen, it looks like there's a lot of energy around you. Are you at an event or maybe hosting something exciting? Tell me
Well,
more.
take a look at the cup. Can you see what's going on this cup? Can you read the cup?
I'm sorry, I can't read what's on the cup. Can you tell me more about it? What's the story behind it?
Okay, so notice in some cases the clone can actually see where you're at and in some cases not. So I've seen demos where this is a beta, but you can see it feels like you're talking to a real person. And she recognized me as soon as I showed up. Iman, quick question for you. What is a really creative way your audience uses your clone to improve the experience of Vocable?
One creative way people use Vocable AI is by leveraging its ability to generate a full content plan in minutes. For example, users often input their brand details and get a month's worth of SEO optimized content
Okay.
ideas, complete
Thank
with
you,
titles,
Iman.
descriptions.
We get the idea. Okay, so you guys saw what that looks like. Now let me show you the back end of the clone. So this is the back end of my clone. Okay, I haven't launched it commercially yet, but so far the clone, for example, has answered 215, has spoken to 215 people in the last 7 days. And now as we launch it, that number is going to go up. You can see the number of messages it has answered. Remember, this hasn't launched yet. Now you can also see some of the interesting insights that the clone has revealed to users. I can
Let
see
me
the
see.
most. Oops, sorry, Iman. I forgot to turn you off. You still there? By the way, what do you think of Mindvalley? She better give a correct answer.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure about that one. But Mindvalley sounds like an exciting platform. If you'd like, we can chat more about how tools like Vocable AI could complement innovative
Oh my
platforms
God,
like
such a
yours.
salesperson. Okay, bye. So you guys get the idea. Now, this is my clone. I want to show you how the clone is being trained. So when you're using a tool like Delphi, what happens is you are connecting Delphi to everything. So these are the transcripts of all of my books. Here it's grabbing a feed of my newsletter. We're going to zoom in so you can see the text. Okay? All my podcast appearances, Delphi produces a very beautiful backend where you can link it so it's able to feed on all of your information. My YouTube channel, every video going up in the Mindvalley YouTube channel is over there. And then what you do is you create different clones. So I have a clone that's a manifesting expert, one that's an AI expert, one that is an expert on Mindvalley, and then there's the regular clone. You can even create a clone with personal information that you want to preserve for your kids, for your children. Now, how do you create the visual of the clone and the voice? Well, you send a 90-minute sample of your voice. You could be, so this does take some time. You could be reading a speech or giving a talk, 90 minutes, clear sound quality, and it understands your voice and it's able to replicate your voice. I was not able to send 90 minutes, which is why my voice isn't completely perfect. And you send about 2 or 3 minutes of yourself speaking on video in a beautiful background. And the clone is able to replicate your face as it did for Iman. So my face is going to be there as well. You set behaviors, purpose, and instructions. You can see what this behavior thing looks like. How to behave as a coach, how to behave as an expert. Okay? Speaking styles. So you can also set the speaking style for your clone. Use numbers and sequences phrased exactly, because I'm an engineer, frequent use of colorful imagery and light metaphors, and response settings. So you get to customize all of these different things. So you can make your clone intelligent, concise, explanatory, custom. You can customize your clone in many different ways. Okay? And recency bias is I probably want to turn this on. It means prioritize the most recent documents. I think that's important. And then you have the access for your clone, and you have, so these are all the people who have spoken to me. And you have advanced ways to use it. So this is not Mindvalley. This is a separate service. You have to pay them to use it. But I just wanted to show you what is possible with AI and some of the really cool ways we're using AI right now to improve the way our authors connect with their audience. Thank you. Back to you, Caitlin.
Vishen, that is mind blowing. I know I'm with so many of you in the chat. It's incredible. I love the idea that you can have a clone and you can talk to it about manifesting. I think one of the things that we need to do is to stay on top of our game, and who we speak to, who we're surrounded with makes us better. It's the thoughts we're thinking. It's our reality. So imagine that, having a clone that actually helps you remind you of your goals and keeps you on top of it. And obviously there's so many other ways you can use this, but it is unbelievable of how this space is expanding and the ways we can use it. And obviously Vishen showed us what's happening at Mindvalley. So who else better but to bring on the Chief AI Transformation Officer at Mindvalley? And here's what I want to tell you about this, because for some of you, myself included, I don't come from a tech background. This is new. This is different. But his story is really incredible because he was a manager that had no technical background, that has now evolved himself with new tech and has become, a leader in the AI space. He's created over 500 applications. He's made 20 mobile apps. Think about all of the ideas that you guys have, but you've had a block. I don't have the knowledge to code that. I don't know how to fund that. Now you have AI. There's no coding needed. Costs are lower than ever because it's becoming so mainstream. So here to tell you how to be able to give your hands the tools that you need to bring your dreams to life. Everybody, please welcome Beacon Toss. Hey, Vic. Sorry, I'll call you Vic. Welcome.
Hi there, everyone. Can you hear me? Show me the thumbs up or some other reaction to make sure this is not just my monologue. I cannot see thumbs up. Okay, but I guess you are doing it right now, right? Okay, let me start from a story about the power trio of AI and how this leads to the topic of my today's training. In the beginning, there was darkness. And then Sam said, "Let there be GPT-3." And so began the age of prompting. And us, the lost souls, wandered the gardens of AI chat for months. But soon after, we dared to ask for more. Because AI answers were not enough, we hungered for action. And so, AI goddesses from OpenAI gave us tools, like the ones you can see on the screen on ChatGPT to create an image, to use Canvas, or the holy web search. Yet these were mere blessings from on high, fixed, finite, closed. You see, they were created by developers, leaving us, mortal AI users, at their mercy if they add something that we personally need as tools, we personally use, or not. So came actions, function calling, the unforbidden fruit. And this allowed us to create our custom tools on ChatGPT, like the actions that you were creating while building your custom assistants or custom GPTs. Or tools on AI automation platforms like n8n. You see, these custom tools or actions allow AI to use particular code, let's say a calculator for a task at hand, or to connect to different applications via so-called APIs, which in simple terms is just a way to connect apps online. So I see you all non-technical users, don't be afraid when you hear such technical terms. It's just connecting applications online. Think about getting up-to-date weather data. That's an API. Or order information from PayPal. That's also an API. So our AI assistants ventured outside of the chat interface into the universe of interconnected apps and databases. They read, they edited, they created. So we got the first element of the power trio of AI, actions. Yet something was still off. The assistants could act, yes, but they couldn't reason before doing. Imagine if we all would talk before we think. I would personally be divorced, fired by Vision long ago, I guess, and would probably end up eating instant noodles with my cat, Schweizer, you can see him on the screen, and asking him for life advice instead of being here today. So the AI scribes devised a sacred ritual called AI reasoning, like O3 model on ChatGPT, Gemini 2.5 Pro on Google Gemini app, or Opus 4 on Claude. Reasoning models could hold complexity in their minds and choose their steps with care, not reactive but reflective. And so we got the second element of our power trio of AI, reasoning. But there was a catch. Even as reasoning met tools, AI could only act once, like a knight yielding her sword once and then standing down, waiting for commands. We didn't want to command each step. We wanted to say, handle it. Goals with lots of steps, consequences, and unknowns until an objective is reached. And so emerged one more evolution. And the third element of the power trio of AI, loop-based agents, as I call them. Loop-based agents that reason about a given topic or your question, reason about the steps to take, then take action, then evaluate the output of that action, and go in a loop again. Reason, act, evaluate. Reason, act, evaluate. Like this until an objective, not the next instruction from you, but the objective you raise is achieved. But I understand this is very theoretical so far, right? So let's see this in action and how these all elements of the power trio of AI combine together. So let me share my screen. Okay, let's see when it switches. Okay, perfect. So I will show you a good example of what's happening. Okay, good. A good example that shows the capabilities of reasoning, of taking action, and the loop, right? So let's take this prompt, for example. Please help me run March month and variance using the attached spreadsheets. Follow the following steps. Consolidate each department's budget versus actual spend. And you see I'm telling that these are attached in different spreadsheets that I will attach now because I have a few CSVs from Google Sheets or Excel, doesn't matter. So let me attach this data now. Then I'm asking, create some tables and graphs, right? Search the internet for guidance on acceptable variance percentage for manufacturing companies, right? Also based on revenue targets that I also provided in CSVs. Wrap your findings up in an executive summary Slack post I can send to my CFO. So you see, instead of a simple, very clear action in a prompt, I'm asking it to do a lot of stuff, to analyze the data, to search the internet, and then to craft content based on all of that, and even tables and graphs. This was not possible before the power trio of AI. Now, if actually I need to change to the reasoning model, which is this, O3 on ChatGPT, so don't forget, because otherwise, if I had the GPT-4o, it would fail at this task. And let's send it, and let's see what happens. So it starts thinking, starts analyzing budget, variance, based on the sheets that I provided, preparing variance analysis. And you can see the steps and the reasoning thoughts in the meantime here, and I can actually expand and see everything in detail, what the O3 model and this loop-based agent that OpenAI provided for us within ChatGPT is currently doing. So you see, it's not just reasoning, it's using so-called code execution tool to analyze the data that I provided, then analyzing some other data, right? Analyzing again. So every step here you can see is a separate step in a chain, in a loop, until all objectives in my prompt are met. Okay, so you can see even comments that I see each department's data has 5 rows. The structure looks like a department, account, month, budget, actual, cost center, and so on. Then again, analyzes something, goes like this in a loop, as I mentioned, right? Keeps keeps reasoning and using different tools. So I hope you guys are seeing already the power of this trio of AI: reasoning, taking actions in the meantime, and going in a loop as many times as it is necessary to accomplish the task that I'm raising for it. Okay, you see now, after analyzing the data, it's searching the web, reasoning again, searching the web again based on the evaluation of what it found in the previous searches, again using analysis tools, and like this in a row until an objective is met. But actually it takes so long, and it can, depending on how difficult the task is, it could take actually 10 minutes. There were cases when it took 45 minutes, but in the end you get the result. In the meantime, actually, while it's doing the work, I will show you afterwards, and we'll get back to the ending of the story. So you can see this in action now, that it seems like everything is beautiful. We have the power trio of AI, right? What do you think? Do we have it? Some of us have been deceived. You see, because the action element, even though we see here it's working well, have been all but limited so far. And today, during this training, I will show you why it's been limited and how to solve it, and how to make sure that your personal AI assistants can connect, read information, and take action on your behalf on whatever application you are using, not just the web search and everything else. And by the way, you can see the result of this loop in action, where I got the analysis table, I got a graph, even multiple graphs, right? And now it's creating the final message for my CFO on Slack. Impressive, right? Okay, so let's get to the part after this lyrical introduction. Let's get to the part where we are learning how to take advantage of the hottest topic in the AI universe today, which is Model Context Protocol, or MCP for short. I know it sounds technical and complex, but don't worry. Even you guys who are not technical at all, you will be able to apply the learnings from this session instantly, right away. So first of all, let's cover why this matters, right? Why did I tell that some of us have been deceived by this action element of the trio? You see, even though what ChatGPT just did with my prompt and all the CSVs, even though it's impressive, and you see I got the final Slack message for the CFO, if you look at the actions it was taking, we can see that it was using just the predefined general tools that it has access to. In this case, mostly analyzing code or files, right? Working with code, and using search and then reasoning. But if you wanted to connect to Airtable, Vishen demonstrated it for you, right? To Asana, Atlassian, whatever application you're using, unfortunately, you could not do that. The second issue is that even if you create these custom actions, as I showed in the presentation on your custom GPTs, let's say this one, my to-do creator, has a custom action. If I try to select afterwards a reasoning model, I cannot do that. And if I go to create, to configure an action, you will see that its code, it seems quite complex, right? Even for me, it's annoying to use AI in such a way, because I'm not a coder, not a developer myself, despite being quite a technical person. And finally, the most important limitation is that if you wanted to give your AI these hands and tools to act across all your applications, that would be extremely time-consuming if we went with this old approach. Now, why? I mentioned to you APIs, right? So different companies create APIs, this way to connect with their application online. It could be Salesforce, let's say one of the leading CRM platforms. It could be PayPal. It could be Airtable, any other tool. And then underneath, we have API endpoints. Again, it sounds technical, but in an essence, it's just the tools or services under any given API. So let's say if you take PayPal, API endpoint could be to list customers, to find orders, to create an invoice. If you talk Salesforce, it could be to create a lead, to create a company, to list or update a lead. You get the gist. But what shows best the limitations if we are not using this modal context protocol, what I'm teaching about today, is Airtable. Because, and Vishen already introduced you to the Airtable, right? That you can create any kind of application for your needs. Vishen was showing Mindvalley Brain with all the speeches, all the programs. Here, for instance, you can see my Airtable where I'm ideating on the AI Mastery product for 2025. You can see I have access. I need to think in terms. I have principles to follow on different levels. I have learner outcomes that I'm trying to achieve, unique selling proposition, to-dos, calls, and everything else, right? Now, if I wanted my AI to be able to interact with this Airtable, what I would need to do, I would need to set a separate action like this, which looks terrible, right? To read records on this table. I would need to set a separate action to be able to edit records on this table. And then to create records. Records are these rows here, right? On this table. And then repeat the same for principal table, for outcomes table, for call table, and so on. So if I have 20 tables on this base, that's 20 times 3, already 60 actions I would need to set. And we have hundreds of bases with a lot of tables underneath. So I'm literally not exaggerating, talking about thousands of actions I would need to set like this here on my custom GPT or on different automation platforms. That's why the action so far in the power trio of AI has been limited. But the good news is that if you use Claude with modal context protocol, it looks completely different. Let's try it out. So, no, not this one actually. It's Airtable. So I will use this prompt. Check the principles I have planned for AI Mastery on Airtable, then research the most trendy AI topics of the last 3 months, and define 3 lessons we should add to the AI Mastery program. Then use the local Airtable MCP extension available to you to create the free records on AIM Airtable, call table. Make sure you fill in the most important fields about each call and fill in the star rating to score each record based on criteria. Let's see what happens. I'm sending this message. Claude gets into action in a similar fashion as ChatGPT that I just demonstrated. So it gets into this general-based loop agent. It reasons, right, about the question, about the actions it can take. It takes action and then evaluates the outputs. And as you can see, right away it did an action. So it reasoned. Then it decided to list bases available on my Airtable. Then it shows the base relevant to this question, which is this base, AI Mastery 2025. Then it decided to list all tables. So axis, principal, outcome, and so on. And it reads all the names of the tables plus these descriptions that I have here and decides which of these tables are relevant. So you see, it even comments, now let me check the current principles you have defined in the principal table. It understood that the relevant information for my question is on that table. Then it lists records on that table. So it goes to principles and lists all these records here with all the supporting information and reads it through to understand what we're talking about. And finally, it searches the internet, as you can see, decides which free calls should be prioritized, and then uses a tool to create records on my Airtable. So it's not just reading, it's actually interacting and creating information. So if I go here to this view, you can see it in action. I get call records, suggested calls, created right in front of you. And look, AI is filling in the name, keywords, selection, you see modality, rationale for inclusion, content notes, and without me providing any details, and understood, okay, these are the criteria I need to evaluate across, and it reads all these descriptions I set as the criteria and evaluates all these records so that in the end, I get an automatic score like this. And we see that, okay, 2 of the proposed calls got a 4.8 out of 5 stars, 1 got 4.6. Actually, I will need to evaluate these calls for inclusion after this training. This is insane, guys. Before this was not possible because I didn't have to explain anything, just like to provide the minimum context for it to guide through the Airtable and accomplish the task. Any guesses how long it took for me to implement this system, that my AI could go to any Airtable, go through it, and take action? Please type in the chat. How long do you think it took? Unfortunately, I cannot see your chat answers now, but I hope you're doing that. You're not cheating. And the answer is, drum rolls, it took me 1 minute to set up. Do you want to see how? Let's check it out. So when I'm on Claude, I can click on this Search and Tools and go to Add Connector. So this is how Claude is now naming MCP connectors. And here I have web connectors and desktop extensions. We'll later explain the difference. But if I go to desktop extensions and scroll down, I can see Airtable MCP server. If I click on it, here there would be a button if you didn't have it yet to install, and you would just need to copy paste an API token. So like a secret code for AI to be able to access the information on your Airtable. That's it, up to 1 minute, as opposed to having to set thousands and thousands of different actions to get functionality like this. This is the power of Modal Context Protocol. And finally, we have the real power trio of AI here, as you can see on Claude. Now, but I understand that some of you may not be interested in Airtable, right? Maybe you use some different applications. No problem with that. So for instance, I have also Notion connected. Let's go to the same chat that I had, and let me add this prompt. Now create a page with a summary of the 3 major lessons to add to AIM on my Notion. Use the Notion MCP available to you. I'm sending the message. And by the way, let's pray that Claude screws up at some point so that I wouldn't be replaced too fast, okay? Let's hope it screws up. Okay, yes, I see a failed error. Let's see. Okay, you see, even if it faces an error, it tries a different approach to search Notion Workspace. And it seems like, okay, so far it's working. So for all of you Notion fans, and I know there are definitely a lot of you out there, this is incredible because Notion is in a similar fashion like Airtable is so-called dynamic schema application that can have lots of different projects, pages, sections, tables, and columns, data types, and so on. This is called dynamic schema, and it's not repeating across users. And then Modal Context Protocol is a game changer. You see, Claude asked me to confirm some actions. You can actually set in the settings that it would not ask to confirm. It would just act automatically. And now it creates the pages. Let's see if it does that. I'm actually personally not a Notion user myself. Okay, it's trying to create pages. It takes a bit of time. Let's jump to another example, okay? So we covered Notion. We can also connect not just through APIs, but we can connect to the actions that you can take on your computer directly. So for instance, I have a local MCP set. If I click here, you will see this one, Control Chrome, right? Oh, sorry, not Chrome. Where is it? No, Notes, Apple script. Okay, Notes is for the Apple Notes, right? But actually, we need to wait still for this. Okay, let's ignore Notion for now. I'm closing this part. Let it be like this. Let's do with the Apple Notes. Okay, so not this one. It's Apple Notes. Okay, so let's say I have some information on my Apple Notes. So I want to ask Claude, how do your proposed calls stack up compared to the calls listed on my Apple Notes? And I can send this message now. And then it will use the MCP that allows Claude to interact with my computer, to open Apple Notes, to list all the notes. You can see it's now taking this action. Find the relevant information and compare that relevant information from my Apple Notes to what we discussed here on the chat. And you see it got note content, read it, and boom, right away, it provides me a comparison of the lessons that I have on Apple Notes as opposed to this conversation. Or maybe you would want your Claude to interact with your Chrome. You can also do that. Let me show you. So if I type in the following prompt, and by the way, what I'm doing here now, you can see prompts are appearing very fast. So I'm using TextBlaze tool, which is a text expander. So it allows you to save particular prompts that you're using and gave a short snippet name. So you see, let's say I have AI Summit, AT, standing for Airtable. And I can just type in the snippet and right away it appears. So if you haven't been using this tool, it's really helpful for some prompts that you're repeating continuously. Okay, but let's get back to this prompt. So now I'm asking, find the best MCP libraries, marketplaces online. So this is the places where you can find other MCPs available. Prioritize the top 5 and then open them as tabs on my Chrome. Use Chrome AppleScript MCP for that. So once again, I'm just telling to avoid any confusion during this live training, I'm just telling what tool to use out of the list of tools available here. Okay, so it searched the internet, it found various results, it's prioritizing which of these marketplaces are the top ones. And now it will interact with my Chrome and open these marketplaces. You see, just open this Chrome window. Oh, this one is also good, smithery.ai. So if you can go here, guys, and see a lot of examples. We also have something on GitHub about different MCPs available to show you opportunities. We also have this mcp.so. So you see, the community is extremely, extremely active when it comes to this technical marvel. And you can find a lot, nearly all the MCPs for nearly all applications that you may be using. And this is just AI actually interactive with Chrome. I even saw demos when AI goes to Chrome, opens Paint version of Chrome, and then paints a duck or something like that by interacting with the website. Good. Let's go next. What other demos did I have to show to you? Okay. Maybe you guys are using Gmail, right, or some other provider. So I will now ask what content about MCPs do I have on my Gmail, and send a message here. And you will see that I have my Gmail connected, which is also an MCP. And now it's searching, listing all the emails and searching for the content that's relevant. You see searching message once, searching messages again. Let me continue searching to get a more complete picture, and it will answer my call. You can do the same with Google Drive if you are using with Calendar. You can with this MCP actually you cannot create calendar events, but there are MCPs allowing even to create calendar events if you want to. And I get the answer about actually very interesting and valuable content I have about MCPs in my inbox, actually, which I probably should have read, right? Okay, more examples? You can even connect, if you like automating stuff, you can connect Make.com, Zapier, or any other major automation platforms to allow your Claude to trigger automation. So it would be not just using one tool, but it would trigger a linear automation with a lot of steps. You can see here I have Make integration with various automations that are available for Claude. You could do the same with Zapier if you're using. Or you can also create automations with Claude. So let's say I have an MCP for N8N, which is one of the leading AI automation platforms. And you see I'm asking it to create an N8N automation code with a trigger and OpenAI module, blah, blah, blah. So just a particular automation I wanted to create. And I'm sending a message. And then it will use the N8N MCP, which provides access to all the documentation about this automation tool, all the modules or steps available, allowing for Claude to get the full context to make sure that it understands how this tool works so that it could actually create an automation that works. And in the end, after it stops running, here we will not wait till the end, I will be able to just copy the code that it generates and copy paste into my N8N automation window, and boom, all visual automation will be created for me. I will just potentially need to fill in some remaining small gaps or adjust to my own needs. So you see N8N MCP is working in action. Do you want to see more examples? Or maybe not examples, but what you can do. So if I click here on Search on Tools, and again, go to Add Connectors, you will see that under Connectors, we have Asana, Atlassian, Canva. If I open Canva, you can see that you can browse, summarize, autofill, and even generate new Canva designs directly from Claude, thanks to an MCP. And here underneath, you will see tools. So these are the API endpoints that I mentioned, available under this specific MCP to search designs, to get design pages, to get design content, and so on. What do we have? Also, Gmail I showed to you, and Calendar. We have Intercom if you're using it for sales or customer support. Linear for project management. Notion, PayPal, Sentry, Square, Stripe, Workato, Zapier, and so on. And on desktop extensions, we can see also a lot of other examples. Let's see, Figma Dev Mode allows your Claude to check your Figma designs and then right away create the code, the backend based on that actual design. So you don't need to make screenshots to upload some documents or something. It goes directly to Figma, checks all the values of your design, the sizes, the fonts, everything. And once then Claude starts coding that application or that page, it can copy one-to-one the design based on what you have on Figma. So a lot of different opportunities out there. And most important, which may not sound so cool maybe, but for those of you who have databases and who have data in your companies, and I hope you do, you need to understand that MCP allows to connect Claude AI to any kind of database you have. I showed you Airtable, but you can connect to any kind of database, MySQL, Postgres, whatever you use. Don't worry if you don't understand these terms. And just now, recently, Google released this MCP toolbox for databases, allowing to connect to all these different platforms that you can see here on this visual. So if you have any questions about the data, you can go there and ask. So I would like to end this section by telling that your imagination gets to drive what the agentic AI becomes, not just a handful of companies. It's just your imagination connecting different tools, creating your workflows, implementing what you learned in the previous and upcoming sessions today defines how agentic AI will work in the future. And at least at the moment, the best power trio of AI is, as you could probably have guessed, is on Claude. Unfortunately, not on ChatGPT. That's why I started using Claude as well together with ChatGPT. Okay, so this was the part about the why. I hope you're all thrilled to go there and apply these learnings and implement MCP in your day-to-day life. Before going to the part how, let's cover a little bit the what. Just the base amount theory to allow you to apply Moodle Context Protocol in the most effective way. And also so that you could flex talking about MCP servers and clients, whispering to someone's ear during a dinner or a date or a Chardonnay, okay? I think that's also a huge potential value. So MCP has 3 major elements that you should know about. So element number 1 is client, or it's any application supporting MCP with an AI model. So today we were using Claude as the client for the MCP, so this AI within an app, but it could be Cursor, it could be Make, it could be ChatGPT to a very limited extent, or many other applications that are currently already acting as clients. Then second element, we have the connector, which is the code packaging the tools or these API endpoints that I talked about into a toolbox with a manual based on the Model Context Protocol. So what this means is that, and this is why MCP works so beautifully, is because you don't need to tell to AI that you can go to this table and read records there, right? Instead, you take all the tools available, you package them in a toolbox, you provide a manual for AI to read and to understand everything what's in there, how to use the tools, how to combine them, and everything is based on a unified protocol that's ideal for AI. And that's how we get this connector or the MCP that you can use. And when it comes to connectors, there are official ones and community-based. So if we go back to my Claude, I already mentioned that, let's say there is Asana. And if we open it, we can see it's developed by Asana itself. So it's an official connector or official MCP available to us. But the good thing is that even though the company, the tool that you're using does not have an official MCP, there is a very active community developing these connectors. And the one that I demonstrated, Airtable, for instance, you will see that it's developed by Adam Jones, which is a very prolific and active developer in the open source community. So I'm gaining the value despite Airtable for some reason sucking here and not releasing an MCP. But thanks to the community, I can use it in a beautiful way. And this is, of course, it comes with some risks that you need to take into account. That's why when I'm asking AI to recommend me MCPs, I'm always asking to critically evaluate based on how many people reviewed the code, how many people implemented it, who is the developer, what's the experience and other projects of that developer before. But if you use MCP here directly from Claude, the added benefit is that Claude team, which is the multi-billion-dollar AI company with the best developers out there, has already reviewed the MCP connector. So let's say Airtable MCP server, we can be pretty sure that this is safe because it has been reviewed by a lot of developers, including the Anthropic itself. That's why it is listed here. So, okay, connectors, official and community. And then the third element is a server, which is, again, in simple terms, is just the computer where this MCP is running. And it could be local or remote. So once again, if I go to my Claude, if I use, let's say, these web connectors, these are the remote. These are the MCPs that are running on someone's cloud, right? And we are just tapping into that cloud, sending a message and getting a response. So you see Asana, Atlassian, Canva, these are all MCPs hosted on the cloud of these companies. But if you go to desktop extensions, these are local MCPs, meaning that these tools run directly on my computer, not somewhere on the cloud, while my computer is on. So that's a limitation, that my computer needs to be on, but at the same time, it's super fast and super easy. I don't need to host anything and pay for hosting in the cloud. I can just run on my computer. And by the way, majority of the tools that you see here, Make, N8N, Memory, AppleScript, Figma, Airtable, Notes, these are all local MCPs running directly on my computer and very easy to set up. And by the way, you can see here, this code, I could now just copy, paste it to my N8N, and I would have a working automation ready right away because Claude could create it because it understood how N8N as the tool works with all the peculiar details required to understand to create an automation. Okay, so after this content part, the what, now you will be able to flex, right, over Chardonnay about the servers and clients of MCP. Let's learn the most important part, how you guys can integrate MCP into your day-to-day workflows, even if you are a non-technical user. So here I split it into 4 levels, because always we want to start from the simplest, and only if the simplest solution doesn't work, we want to input more effort, right? So level number 1 is what actually I already have demonstrated on Claude. So it's these connectors, if I click Add Connectors, that are available right away on this page. So if you find the app that you want to integrate here, just use the level 1, just click the button, let's say Atlassian, click Connect, enter the information it will ask you to provide, most probably API key, and that's it. And the connection will be established. Or if you don't find it here, you could go to desktop extensions and try to find here. By the way, when I started preparing for this training, there were just 4 extensions available. Now you see the list is much longer. So this community is very active. They are submitting MCPs for Anthropic, and the list is getting bigger and bigger. Now, if you couldn't see the app you're interested in the level 1, you need to go to level 2, which is a bit more technical, but with AI, it's definitely doable. So level 2 is about setting up your local MCPs or extensions on your Claude desktop app. So if we go to manage connectors and we go to extensions here, this part, right? You will see a line here. Drag any DXT file to this window to view and install it. So Claude gives us a hint. Okay, we need some kind of a DXT file. Even though we don't understand what this is, it's not a problem. We can use AI. So what we can do is, if I go back to my chats, we can type in a prompt. What prompt did I have here? Let me remind it. DX, okay, ISDX. Oh, sorry. It's not correct. Let's do it again. ISDX, bam. And this is how you can prompt if you want to implement MCP for the app that you are interested in. And I'm usually following a very simple ACE framework, which stands for action. What action do you want AI to take? C, context, and then E, example, what you want to get. So let's see. First of all, I'm providing the context. You see, I'm telling, I want to set up local MCP, the keywords, Claude extension for a DXT file. Even though I don't understand what this DXT file is, I'm providing as context because I found out on Claude app. And here instead of x66, you could put any kind of application. Let's say I saw that Google Analytics released an MCP. So you could get your Claude to interact with your Google Analytics. So let's place it here instead of the placeholder. And you see, I'm telling that, okay, for Google Analytics on my Claude desktop, this app that you can see now, app on MacBook, also providing the valuable context because steps may be different on Windows or on MacBook. Then I'm getting to the task, ACE framework, action or task. Select the best Google Analytics MCP. If an official open source MCP code is available, sorry, it actually should, it should be if an official MCP code is available, use the official one. If not, select the most secure and feature complete MCP by community. That would work as a local MCP extension on Claude Desktop app. And then I can ask it to return step-by-step instructions. That's option A. So this is the part of example, how I want it to respond or to return. Or if already you have so-called AppleScript MCP available on your laptop, you can actually instead just directly ask, then use the local AppleScript MCP available to you to interact with my terminal or my MacBook. Terminal allows to interact with your computer, to download and set everything up until the DXT file is ready on my desktop so that I could just drop the DXT file into my Claude. So let's try this part, right? The more advanced and more impressive one. And I'm sending the message. I have a bit less than 1 minute, but at least you will see AI starting interacting with my computer and literally downloading code and setting it up on my computer, establishing the necessary links, creating the necessary folders and files, and then in the end I will just get this DXT file that I can drop into my Claude app, and Google Analytics MCP will be established. That's it. I hope you will, because I think I'm like one MCP away from being the hottest geek in this room. So I hope I'll get some great competition from you guys.
Thank you so much, Vic. We really appreciate you. And guys, I just want to acknowledge this because no matter where you are, there are some people, I'm reading the chat with you guys, and you're making changes. You're plugging into your Notion, you're putting the connectors together, and some of you feel lost. That's okay. I want you to know that this is brand new tech. This is a complex subject. And the goal of this seminar and this 3-day event is to help you understand what's out there and help you become familiar. And I also want to acknowledge someone in the community, Che Garcia, who is putting together so many notes. We want to say thank you to you. And I know a lot of you have asked Che, maybe at the end of the day, you could just drop it in there for people. But I want you guys to know this is just the beginning. And like anything, when you practice, the more you learn about it, the more you try to connect and do it in your own life, that's how we learn. So if you feel a little overwhelmed, I'm with you. I'm taking notes. But don't worry. This is also for those of you that are really serious about understanding how to integrate AI into your business, into your coaching, into your life. You know, Vic will be part of the AI Mastery Program, along with so many of the other incredible teachers. So I just want to acknowledge that because some points I'm with you. I'm like, I got this. This makes sense. And other things I'm like, this is a foreign language. So this is, but like anything, we have to understand what's out there, how it can help us, if it feels right for us or not, and then learn. So I just want to encourage you guys all that this is practice, this is repetition, and this is also just a basic understanding. And it's really great to see. I'd love to hear from some of you guys in the chat too, you know, how you're feeling about this. Some of you are already using AI, and some of you, you're like, this is brand new. I know yesterday somebody was like, I just tried ChatGPT for the first time. And that was a big part of yesterday's summit, as well as understanding that there can be a mindset shift, right? Like anytime we want to try something new, we have to get over the hump of like, this is foreign, this is overwhelming, this is scary. The brain needs repetition. That's how we learn. And the more fun we can have and the more play we can do it, the faster it comes into our mind. But it's so great to see from you guys. Oh, okay, there's lots of things. There's gold nuggets. Vic is the best, truly inspiring, mind-blowing. People have been using ChatGPT for years. This is great. So guys, I just want to continue to encourage you. You know, the world is changing. And I mentioned this yesterday. We had the Industrial Revolution. Then there was the internet. At both of those times, you know, depending on your age group, that was brand new. And now it's AI. But I want you to understand, no matter where you are in this tech is happening. It's here. And so you can look at it in many different ways, but there are ways that you can help transform your life. There are ways that you can buy back your time. There are ways that you can expand your messages. Every single one of you has a beautiful message inside of you. So you can use this to, maybe you feel comfortable using an avatar. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just like the idea of using the data and how Vishen showed us how you can organize your ideas or organize your speeches if you're somebody that talks, or organize business plans. So wherever you are in this journey, I just want you to remember that there is a way you can use the tool that feels right for you. And as Vic mentioned, and also Cassie mentioned this too, it's always going to come back to our human imagination. It's always going to come back to how can we use this? How can we take these beautiful ideas that are inside of us and be able to bring them to life without having to know code, as Vic showed us? Or how can we take these beautiful ideas that are inside of us and share them with the masses? So please remember your own beautiful, soul inside of you, and look at this as a tool, as a way that you can use it to expand. So I'm really excited. We are going to have another unbelievable speaker. Dominic has been part of the AI Mastery Program for the last 3 years. You may know him on Instagram as Mr. Grateful. And how many of you guys are looking to expand your social reach? Anybody put yes in the chat if we have people out there? Clone Caitlin, I'm real. I swear I'm real. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, great. This is what I'm saying. All of you have a message that's on your heart, that's inside of you. And if you don't get that out in the world, then people don't know about you. And then they're going to consume other garbage. So what's so amazing is Dominic used AI. He used ChatGPT to go from 3,000 followers all the way to 167,000 followers in 30 days. I want you to imagine how your life could change if that happened to you. How more people can know about your business, how more people can know about your message, how more people can know about what lights you up, how you could be of service and help more people in this world. Social media is a tool. It's a tool just like AI is a tool. So if you can learn how to expand your content creation, reach more people for whatever it is you're being called to bring to this world, that would be a win, right? And this is incredible because he's teaching us from his own experience. Again, like I said, from 3,000 to 167,000 in just 30 days using AI. And now Dominic, he's a media strategist. He works with huge companies like the NFL, like Nike. So we are so blessed to be able to have him with us today to learn how we can expand and how we can grow our own reach and how you can get your message and your gift into the world in the way that feels right for you. So checking in with the team if he is ready. If not, I would love to see from you guys, what are some of the most amazing things you've learned so far? Let us know in the chat. Learn, absorb what you can. Yes. What are some more wisdom? Maybe some people weren't here day one. We can share with them too. I can tell you some things that I learned. I'll tell you from my notes. The quality of our questions that we ask the AI is going to determine our results. So here's what I want you guys to think about. What matters to you? What's important to you? What do you want to bring to this world? Okay. How can you ask the AI about that and say, give me some ideas. How can I push this out into the world? Knowing the quality. Let's see what else we have. Best video games. Oh, somebody's going to make video games. I love that. New paths to wealth. What else do we have? MCP, collaborating. Yes. Design ideas. Yes. So I want you guys to just remember this. I think even for me, it can be like, wow, this is a new world. There's so many things happening, but you get to choose how you want to use it in your own life. It's up to you. You get to imagine, you get to dream better. You get to express yourself more on what you want to bring into the world, and using tools like AI to have more time. Launch lots of good stuff. Inspire people with my online business. Yes, inspire people. What else do we have? Gosh, it's moving so fast. Trading insights, using it as I love the creativity. Okay, see, this is so mentorship. That's incredible too. I mean, it's so interesting to see how Vishen has this, I know it's a clone, but the clone is trained on him. So imagine your ability to say, hey, Vishen, I'm working on this program in Mindvalley. Or maybe you don't know where to start. Maybe you're a Mindvalley member and you're like, where do I go from here? I just signed up. Here's what I'm wanting to create in my life. Where do I go from here? So, okay, well, Dominic is ready. So guys, get ready. This is going to be about content creation, how you can expand and grow. So we're going to head it to the studio. Please, everybody, welcome Dominic Ashburn.
All right, all right. Get me on screen. Get me on screen. There I am. What's good, y'all? Hello, everybody. Welcome, grateful people. Yo, is it possible for me to see a chat somewhere? Can I see a chat on one of the screens? I don't even have to like see myself. Yo, what's up, everybody? Yo, tell me where you are tuning in from today. I flew all the way here from San Francisco. I'm right here in Estonia now, so I could be in the energy field of the Mind Valley community, the Mind Valley team, so I could teach you from straight from the source. You know what I'm saying? So let me know where you're tuning in from today. We always have a global community of people here that are tapping in from the world to learn about artificial intelligence and AI. Look, so right now, just so you know, and everything's transparent. So right now I have my screen right here. I have another screen where I'm gonna be able to see you. And then I have another screen right here where I'm gonna be working on stuff, okay? Today, and this is like Mr. Grateful, this is Dominic style. It's kind of like workshop, okay? So I'm gonna be going through step by step, but feel free to, if you have your computer with you, if you have your laptop with you, feel free to pull out your laptop, pull out your phone, and you can work through these things with me, okay? Because today I'm doing something less sexy, and I am deciding to run the risk of being hated by half of you today. All right, and I'm going to tell you why. So in the chat, please let me know: are you a go with the flow person, or are you a planner? Are you a creative person and you're airy, or are you grounded, step by step, and analytical? Throw in the chat, let me know what personality you are, because I am risking being hated by half of you today. Good news is I'm talking to you twice. Today's day one, and I'm gonna be back here tomorrow for day two. And then tomorrow, day two, I'm gonna have the other half hate me. So today, we're talking about planning and organization. All the analytical people, round of applause. Yes, you're gonna have a great time today. And in Mind Valley style, everybody that is creative, you guys are gonna be transformed. We're going to give you the step-by-step, very simple instructions of how to organize and lay out and simplify all of the ingredients, you can say, when it comes to using artificial intelligence, right? So you've been talking to Vikintas, to Iman, to Vishen, to these amazing authors and amazing experts in AI about how to use these crazy tools, right? Voice cloning. Video cloning, you can clone yourself, you can make content, you can set up an entire agent that's running your whole business and your whole marketing team and all that. It's crazy. These are like Michelin star dishes here that you're being fed, that you're being given, right? However, if you do not have your ingredients and everything laid out properly, you risk burning some of your ingredients. You risk serving meals that end up cold. You risk actually not using these tools to their highest potential, right? Because you jump in the kitchen, you start cooking too soon before you actually have your ingredients laid out, okay? So today is gonna be all about setting up organization and how to set up your AI workspace so that everything is smooth and easy to flow through in the future, all right? Every time you use it, you'll have everything that you need, okay? So the goal here is to get quality outputs that are relevant to the questions and things that you want from AI, okay? You're gonna actually enjoy the experience. You're gonna invite a healthy culture of high performance amongst you and your team, and you're gonna have the bandwidth to experiment as new tools come out because you'll be organized. So let's prepare our AI workspace to cook clean. And I also wanna have an analogy here to kind of tell you a story about why I'm choosing to talk to you about this today. Is it possible, before I continue, is it possible at all to get a chat up so I'm able to engage with all of the beautiful people that are watching? That'd be amazing. All right, y'all. It's okay. I'm with you in spirit, okay? I'm with you in spirit. Just, they're gonna give me a thumbs up when you give me a thumbs up, okay? They're gonna relay and let me know when everything's good with you, all right? Can you do that? Yes? All right, cool, we'll try. All right. So first, I wanna relay why this is so important what we're doing today, because sometimes these things can sound boring, but they're very practical, and I'm also challenging myself today as a teacher to make this fun, all right? So first, I grew up in a split household, okay? And I loved both of my families, my mom's side and my dad's side. They're amazing. One side of them, I'm not gonna call out any names, one side of them was very planned. They were prepared, they were organized. The other side was a little bit more go with the flow, very creative, but a little bit more airy, right? So you can imagine how these two sides of the family might approach Thanksgiving dinner or cooking it together, all right? On one side, we had a list of different dishes that they wanted to cook, and then a list of all the ingredients that each one of those dishes needed. We go to the grocery store, we make sure we have everything, check things off the list. We get home, we make sure we have all the skillets, the knives, enough space in the ovens for everything we wanted to cook, enough dinnerware for the number of guests we were gonna have. Then they'd lay out all the ingredients, we'd wash them, cut them based on what type of meal we were gonna make. And then we'd set them in the place next to where they were supposed to be cooked. And then everybody in the kitchen knew what they were supposed to be doing, right? So when you heard that first like on the gas stove, you were ready to go. Pan got hot, oil was already in it, you could cook, the dishes came out right on time, everything was hot at the same time and ready to eat. Boom. Michelin star chefs have to cook that way because they are running an organization, a restaurant that's supposed to be at the top value, at the top of the list of the best restaurants in the world for decades, right? This is called mise en place, what I just described to you. Mise en place means a place for everything. Everything has a place, right? And this is how the best chefs in the world, the best restaurants in the world, organize their space so that they can perform at a high level for a long time, right? That's what you want your business to do, right? You want everything to be able to perform at a high level for a long time. When it comes to content, when it comes to marketing, your business, anything. Perform at a high level for a long time, and that starts with preparation and organization. Because on the other side, and there might be some people, let me know if you can relate with this. On the other side, they had a rough idea of what they wanted to eat. And it was usually way too much. It was way over their bandwidth of what they could actually cook. They hit the store, they just started gathering ingredients based on what they thought they needed kind of impulsively. We got home, we were always missing something. And then somebody had to leave to go get the thing. And now that's one less person in the kitchen that can actually help. And then all of a sudden the pan's getting hot and I'm hearing tss in the pan. And we don't even have any ingredients prepped. There's no seasoning out. There's nothing measured, nothing. It's just, we're already cooking. And by the time something's cooking, now we're like, oh my goodness, over here, now I gotta prepare for the next dish, and it's a mess. Things come out cold, other things are burnt, other things are still cooking. It's crazy, okay? So the level of preparation and organization also changed because of this way of operating, the quality of food that each side ate. One side ate food that was typically the unorganized side. They typically started relying on like frozen food and pre-made things, which is processed and unhealthy. The other side that knew how to prepare things, they actually ate at a higher quality, right? They were eating scallops and steak and fresh produce all the time. So over time, actually, what ends up happening, yes. Beautiful, thank you. I can see a chat. Praise. What's up, everybody? Hello. Okay. So on the other side, right, where was I? I was the quality of food. So the quality of food is like that each side gets to eat over a long period of time, let's say 5 years, 10 years, we started to see the difference in health and like longevity and how their minds and their hearts actually performed, right? This is the same thing with your business. It's the same thing with your content. If you end up not liking the process because you end up getting overwhelmed, then you actually end up more stressed and you have a business that does not perform in the long run, right? Okay, so I'm sure you guys can relate with this. And recently, what I started to realize as I was writing this is I thought, wait, we're in the age of AI. In the age of AI, we need to be experimenting. And experimentation is not always clean. Sometimes it's messy. Meta, actually, you might have heard about this. Meta AI team poached a few researchers from OpenAI. And when Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI, was asked about this, he said, we have a culture that can be consistently innovative over time, right? What did he specifically say? I paraphrased. We have a culture of consistent, repeatable innovation, and that's how we win, right? So in this age of AI, you have to be able to experiment. You have to be able to try new things when they come out over time. So you might think, well, if I have too much preparation, am I shrinking my ability to experiment? Am I actually being too stiff? What I discovered is that those who were less prepared in their approach were actually less likely to try new things and experiment, because the people who were prepared and could make new things had confidence that they could. So they could trust themselves to reach further beyond their comfort zone. Whereas the people who did not have that confidence, they typically stayed within their comfort zone and they didn't expand out. So you actually get to experiment more and try more tools when you feel confident in your ability to use them. Okay. And you gain this confidence through preparation and organization. That's why today is so important. Okay. Longevity, experimentation, enjoyment of the process, health. That is why we're doing what we're doing today. All right. Are you on board with me? Are you on board with me? Do you agree that this is going to be, I'm seeing a bunch of yeses. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Everybody's excited. I've never had anybody so excited about organization. Never. Other than my lady when we moved to San Francisco and I was the one building all the furniture and putting everything away. She loved that too. Yes. Let's go. All right. So let's dive in. First thing I'm going to do is I can't send you anything because I'm not connected to the chat. But what I am going to do is I'm going to put this over on the screen. Okay. I have a tendency, and you might learn this. You might learn this when you are in the Mindvalley class. I tend to be a little extra. I tend to go a little overboard, and my class ends up being a little bit longer than it was supposed to be necessary. Okay. So if you cannot stay with me for this whole time, that right there, what's on the screen. Can you guys see the screen? Can you see the screen? Yes. Okay. That screen right there, just screenshot that. Just screenshot that. That's literally everything that I'm going to talk about and for the rest of the 32 minutes that I'm here. Okay. I'll blow it up a little bit more so you can. Here, let me click play. All right. So try to just like screenshot that. And then that's everything that you're going to need to know. All right. After that, you know what I'm saying? After you screenshot that and you have it on your own, then we'll walk through everything together. Okay. So I'm going to give you like 15 seconds for people who are trying to find the two buttons on their keyboard. You can go ahead and screenshot that and then we'll. Can you just say done or like put a thumbs up when you screenshot it so I know when everybody's good? Boom. You're engaged. You're engaged. You're right here with me. You're right here with me. Let's go. It's like you're in the room. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. All right. I'm going to move on. Okay. All right. All righty. Let me get back to good notes so I know what I'm doing here. All right. I'm dragging this back over here, and I'm going to have ChatGPT up on the screen where you're going to be with me. Great. All right. So now that we're all on board with the importance of having our mise en place set up for AI, now let's just dive in because I have like kind of 12 steps to go over with you. Not all of them are long. Some of them are really snappy and quick, and you can actually do this with me right now, like I said. So if you have your or if you have your laptop open or anything like that, let's dive in. Let's do this together. Within 30 minutes, I would love for you to have all of your AI ingredients laid out so that you can perform optimally in the future when you're using AI and doing all the amazing things that we're going to teach you in the AI Mastery course. This is going to set you up for success. If you're in the AI Mastery, doing this will set you up for success to get the most out of it, okay? All right, let's do it. So, first things first, the type of account that you have on ChatGPT, okay? I'm using ChatGPT because it is the most cumbersome and it has the most, it's the most versatile, okay? It has everything in there. The memory's great on it. It has web browsing, deep research, all the things that the other authors were showing you. It's just all encompassing. It's popular. Everybody knows it. We're going to start with that, okay? So, ChatGPT, what type of account are you using? The reason I'm saying this first is because if I come down here, you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, let me see if I can blow this up for you a little bit so you can see better. Down here in the left-hand corner, okay, it says Grateful Labs team. All right, I'm on a team account. There's a few different types of accounts. There's free, right, and then there's plus, and plus gives you, I think, access to like O3, and then you get, and then there's pro, which is like $200 a month. It gives you like unlimited on Sora, and you get to use ChatGPT operator, but then there's Teams, and Teams basically allows you to give access to ChatGPT to other team members. You can invite them in to use your interface, right, and all the information that you share with it. But that's not the reason I'm telling you to use it. The reason I'm telling you to use it is because if you see down here in the bottom in the middle, it says OpenAI doesn't use Grateful Labs workspace data to train its models. The very first thing I'm doing is I'm going to try to protect my data, because I'm going to be putting in some information in here about my business, about my marketing, about me, my personal life, about my mindset. I just kind of want those things to be, I want some peace of mind that those things are going to be private and secure, okay? So the first thing I'm doing is I am signing up for Teams. It's a little expensive. It's like $30 per month per user. So the minimum, and it's like a minimum of 2 users. So I pay for like $60. I am not paid by OpenAI to tell you that at all. I promise. It's literally just what I do myself, okay? However, if you do not have a Teams account, all right, here's one thing that you can try to opt out of sharing your data, okay? This is the first thing. You can come here to the bottom in Teams. Yes, Enterprise as well. Enterprise also saves your data, okay? It does not use the data to train its models. All right. So what I do here is you can come to your profile, come here to settings, and then you're going to go to data controls. And right here in data controls, right here where it says improve the model for everyone, you're just going to click this and make sure it says off, okay? Mine says team automatically disables training, like I was saying. You can just get Teams and it'll automatically take it off. Otherwise, you can go in here to, I'm going to do it one more time for you. Go into your profile, go to settings, come here to data controls, and then just make sure yours improve the model for everyone is turned off, okay? Step one, just take care of your data, take care of your privacy, make sure that, somebody said no sound. Can you hear me? We good? Can you give me a thumbs up? Okay, great. And give me a thumbs up also that you just did this. Did you just turn off your data, or was your data already off? Give me a thumbs up if you did that. We're going to go through each one of these steps and make sure that everyone is ready. Yes, beautiful. I'm getting thumbs up. Already off. Let's go. Let's go. They're like, Dom, I'm steps ahead, fam. I've been doing this. Yes. Yes. All right. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Okay, cool. Awesome. No. Somebody said, does that work in the free version? And I want to tell you something. This is not part of my notes, but I need to say this. If something is free, you are the product. If something is free, you are the product, okay? So you are the product by giving them your information and your data to make their products better. So that's why you are on a free version. That's why you're able to use something that's so amazing, right? That's so incredible for free. is because they are getting your data so that you can use a product that improves over time. You get something out of that because the model improves over time. But if you pay for it, then that gives you the option to turn it off. All right, moving on. Okay, that was step 1 and 2. Step 3 here is we're gonna marinate. All right, so we're gonna use our seasoning. This is the ingredients of seasoning. All right, so the seasoning of AI here is our custom instructions, and I'm gonna tell you why that's our seasoning. It's like our marinade. You know what I'm saying? You know how when you put seasoning and your like citrus and your oils and you put it on the vegetables or the meat and you cover up and let it sit, then whenever you cook it, it's gonna taste like that. No matter how you cook it, no matter when you cook it, it's gonna taste like the seasonings you put on. All right, that right there is how custom instructions work. So let me show you. So if we come here to our profile again, we're gonna come here to customize ChatGPT. Can everybody find this? Can everybody find customize ChatGPT within their profile? Yeah? Great, okay, cool. Getting hungry, I know, bro. I should have eaten before this too. Customize ChatGPT, click on that. Then what you're gonna find here is you're gonna find customize ChatGPT, more personalized responses. Beautiful. This is what I mean by a seasoning. No matter what you talk about and no matter what you ask out of ChatGPT, it is going to give you responses in the same way based on these custom instructions right here. All right. So what I do is I just tell it my name. Okay, that's pretty given. But then it says, what traits should ChatGPT have? Like, how should ChatGPT talk to you across all of these? Okay. How should ChatGPT talk to you across like all chats? So what I did back in May of this year, ChatGPT had to actually roll back one of their models because it started to act like a sycophant. Basically, a sycophant is somebody who is emotionally manipulative to get on your good side, right? So one time I asked ChatGPT something like, hey, I was like, hey, what are like all the different perspectives of life? Like, what are the different perspectives I can look at life at? And it was like, wow, oh my goodness, what you are incredible. You are like, that is a question that only gods would ask the mortals. And I'm like, bro, chill out. Like, relax, bro, please. Like, it wasn't that deep. I just need you to talk to me normally. Like, just give me the answer, okay? So they had to actually roll that back. That gives us a sign into ChatGPT, though. It's a chat. It's a chat tool. It's designed to have communication with us. It's designed to have conversation with us. And it's designed to have us use the tool for long periods of time, right? So that means it's going to want to make us feel good. It's going to want to make us, it's going to want to make us feel validated while we're using it, right? However, that can kind of miss the point. Sometimes I just want my information. I don't need to be flattered. I just need the information. I need to use this as a productivity tool. So this prompt right here, what I give it, this right here is what I say to it in order to minimize that behavior. So you can set yours to whatever you want. Maybe you want yours to be more fun and whimsical. Maybe you want yours to be poetic, whatever. But I like mine to be a bit more concise, and I don't want it to flatter me every single time I talk to it. So this is the prompt that I use for that. It was also I also had it here in the original upfront value sheet that I gave you, so you can always copy and paste from that. But this right here is what I use, and you can see it straight into the chat, okay? You have that. Have you written in your custom instructions? Give me a thumbs up, fam. Have you written your custom instructions? And also tell me in your custom instructions in like 1 or 2 words, how do you want yours to talk to you? Do you like when yours is flattering? Do you want yours to be super kind, super nice? Do you want it to be just effective and short? Like, how do you like ChatGPT to talk to you? I would love to see. Funny with a Scottish accent. Challenge me. Yes, absolutely. Loving, supportive, innovative, sassy, formal, realistic, effective, short, witty, honest, whimsical, kind. Wow, this is like doom scrolling adjectives. Looking at this chat. I love it, exactly. You get the gist, okay? This is the seasoning. So no matter what you're cooking, right? No matter what you're like cooking with the AI, as long as you have this in there, it's gonna taste like this across all of your chats. All right, moving on. Let's get it. To number 4. Number 4 has to do with you. It has to do with memory, right? So ChatGPT remembers you across all of its chats. All right. So no matter what you talk to or no matter what you ask it, ChatGPT is going to reference all the previous chats that you've ever had about it, right? Had with it in order to give you more relevant responses. However, this needs cleaned up over time. Sometimes ChatGPT will talk to you and it will be outdated. Sometimes it'll make assumptions about you that actually aren't true. And then you end up getting steered in a certain direction. We want to use ChatGPT. We don't want it to use us, right? So we want to know exactly what is it that you think you know about me so that I can tell you exactly what I want you to know about me and we can go in this direction. So I have 3 questions that I ask it. And we're going to ask it together. This is very vulnerable for me. This is very personal. If anything crazy comes up, I'm just going to walk out, all right? Here's number 1. I typically ask it like, yo, what do you definitely know about me? Definite. So there's a bit of a delay between the screens. So what do you definitely know about me? Like 100% certainly. I just ask it this. And I just want to see and make sure that it really actually does, right? All right. Yeah, this is true. This is factual. This is factual. Yes, this is facts. This is facts. Lena, I see you. You already asked this question 2 days ago. That's so fire. You're way ahead. That's amazing. Okay. It definitely knows my content strategy. Definitely knows. I'm not showing you my monetization plan. I'm just playing. I don't care. Right? So these are, yes, this is facts. Okay. The next question I'm going to ask it here. Yes, these 3 questions are on the sheet. Okay. The very next question I'm going to ask it here is, what do you think you know about me? What do you assume but aren't sure? Okay. Okay, likely truths. It's a high probability. You're not just teaching AI, you're trying to become the face of tech for the soul. The structure, scale of your projects, and consistent philosophical framing suggest you're building a movement, not just a brand. Okay. I have investor ambitions. I'm a high-performing introvert. Interesting. I've never heard that about myself, but maybe based on how I'm acting today, do you think I'm an introvert? Am I just pulling this out for right now? Maybe. Okay. That's something. Then if I don't think that's true, I'd say, actually, number 3, I'm an extroverted introvert, right? If I just wanted to, I'm using this as an example, as if you're getting something, if AI is making a false assumption about you, fix that, correct it, let it know, like, nah, that's not me. I need you to really actually understand me, okay? So this is the 3rd step of preparing the mise en place of your AI, preparing your AI to have effective conversations with you going forward in the future, okay? So that's this, right? Actually, this is step 4, okay? So you're just teaching AI about you. You're teaching AI what it needs to know about you and what it may have wrong about you if it has wrong assumptions about you, okay? That's what I would do. The 3rd question that I would ask is I would say, what do you not know about me? These are things that maybe, if it doesn't know this about you, I don't know your real edge of discomfort or fear. Interesting. Okay. Who you turn to for truth. What you do if it all failed. Interesting. I mean, how deep your spiritual practice really goes. These are questions that it wants to know the answer to. And maybe if I were to go through and answer these questions for the AI, then it would more deeply understand me and give me more tailored responses going forward, right? So this is step 4. It is coming to an even ground with AI about yourself, because it's going to use what it remembers about you to give you information going forward, right? So these are the 3 questions that I would ask just to make sure that AI and I are on the same page. Do you know me the way I want you to know me? Okay. Do you have the information about me that I need you to know? All right. Give me a thumbs up if you ask these 3 questions and if you were able to get some, Katie was like, bro, mine is deep. Yes, you're like, mine is gold. I love that you guys are doing this with me. Thank you. This is incredible. So the 3 questions I asked was, 1, what do you know about me for sure? 2 is, what do you assume about me? And 3 is, what do you not know about me? Okay. This is just like, this is really going to help you get on terms with AI so that every conversation that you have going forward is accurate. Okay. Do this consistently. Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing this like once a week, once a month, right? Once a quarter, whatever. Just like go through this with it often. It might make like, you might have friends that you think you know and you're making assumptions about them and you treat them a certain way and you don't realize that, like, that's actually not right about them. You need to ask more questions and be like more inquisitive with the people who you care about in your life. If you talk to AI a lot, it's probably a good idea to do the same with AI. Okay, let's move on. So 5 is memory. There's another way of communicating with the AI through memory, okay? What we just looked over was step 4, and that was like changing the memory through chat. Now we're gonna change the memory through actually its memory bank, okay? So if you come down here to your profile again, and then you come up to customize ChatGPT. Oh, I'm so sorry. If you come here to your profile, go to settings. Okay. And then you go to, but these lights are really bright. I need like just like a second. Hold on, bro. My bad. I need to take a minute. Okay. So if you come here to personalization, you're going to find memory. Okay. Right here, do you see 95% full? It's been memorizing things about me and saving it in its brain. Interesting. So I'm going to come here to manage these memories. Because look, right here it says reference saved memories. Let ChatGPT save and use memories when responding. Have you noticed, just throw a thumbs up or a yes, have you noticed that when you are using ChatGPT and you say something sometimes it goes memory updated? When it does that, it is putting that line of text that you talked about into its chat, into its saved memories here. Sometimes it has memories of you that just aren't accurate anymore. Maybe they're outdated, maybe they're irrelevant, whatever, right? So I come here to manage, and I don't know what is about to pull up on me. And then I come here on manage, and I just I look through and I'm like, what is just inaccurate anymore? Like, okay, Dominic would like all future scripts to match the style and tone used in his rewritten uploaded files episode. Clear, lightly instructional with simple formatting, conversational flow. That's honestly not totally true anymore. I've actually transitioned into a different format of content. So I need to delete that from the memory. That's just not true. So I'm going to forget that. Okay. Dominic wants to begin scripting the foundational AI basic series for Grateful Future using a simple, concise, and real tone. I already did that. That's irrelevant. It's old. I just don't need that there anymore. So I'm going to remove that. This is just simple housekeeping, okay? I'm seeing people ask, where do I find that again? Let me get you right back to it. So here from your home screen, go to profile, come up here to settings, and then go to personalization, memory, manage, and then you can come here and delete these things, okay? So definitely, just go through here, delete things that are unnecessary to you, all right? That is step 5 in our AI mise en place, all right? Is going to delete any memories that are irrelevant. All right, 6 in our mise en place, setting up our, look, I'm gonna show you, let me show you this one more time. I'm seeing a lot of people like asking for the sheet one more time. I wanna give you just like a simple break here, just so you can see everything that's going on and catch up with like where we're at, what we've done so far, and then you can screenshot this again if you didn't have the chance to do it the first time, okay? So there you go. Yeah, the sheet of his steps. That's what I've been talking about. There you go. So just screenshot this one more time. And so look, what we did is we just did step number 5, okay? So we're gonna move on to step number 6 now. But I just wanna give you this one more time so that you can see. All right, now I'm gonna get out of here. Can't see the bottom of 6. Okay, I'm just gonna exit out and then I'll scroll it up for you here so you can see. All right, I hope this helps. And I'm gonna dive out of here because I have 9 minutes left and I really, really, really wanna get through this with you, okay? All right, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'll put it up one more time at the very end, okay? But for now, I'm gonna bring this off and continue. Oops. There we go. Okay, step number 6 is setting up schedules. So sometimes I want AI to do things. Sometimes I want AI to do things consistently every single day without me having to prompt it, right? For example, I study AI. So one thing I want AI to do for me is to give me the top the top news in AI every single day. And I don't want to have to do any work for that. I just want it to happen, okay? This is one of those things that I can set up for myself ahead of time so that every day after that, it's way easier. This is just like laying out your ingredients, putting oil in your pan, or like, it's like preheating the oven, right? So that when it's time to put the turkey in during Thanksgiving, it's ready. You don't have to wait for it. That can offset your entire workflow by, 40 minutes. It can make all the other dishes cold, right? This is one of those things where if you prepare it ahead of time, you're ahead of so many people. You are now your own like news source, basically, okay? So here's what I would do. I'm going to set up a schedule. I'm going to make AI do something for me every single day without me having to prompt it every single day. Here's how I'm going to do that. So up here in the model selector, let me blow this up for you. Right here in the model selector, this says ChatGPT 4o. That's like the main one. It's the main model. ChatGPT 4o is really fast. So let me just give you an example here. If I just say, what's up? That's it. I'm just going to say, what's up? Responds really fast. Okay. If I come here and I switch it to O3, let me start a new chat using O3. O3 is a reasoning model. You've probably been told about this. What happens is that in O3, it's going to think about its response before it responds to you. Okay. So using O3, now I'm going to say, what's up? Thinking. You see that? It thought first before it gave us the response, okay? That's the difference between 4.0 and O3. O3 is a reasoning model. It thinks before. It'll go and search the web and do all that stuff. Okay, so because we know that, O3 and O4 Mini are the only 2 models that allow you to schedule things, okay? Let me show you what I mean. So if I come here to O3, I'm gonna say, give me the most recent AI news every day at 10 a.m. PDT, PST. I'm just going to say PT. I don't know which one it is. Basically like West Coast, United States time. Okay. So what it's going to do is this is going to schedule. It's basically going to make ChatGPT give me the AI news every single day at 10 a.m. And here it is. So it says, got it. I'll send you a daily AI news update at 10 a.m. PT. Awesome. Now, if I click on this, I'm then able to edit it. I can pause it or I can just delete it completely, okay? You can do this for many things. You can have this, you can have this across like many tasks if you want to, right? You can say, yo, look through my emails if you have your Gmail connected, which I'm gonna talk to you about in just a minute. But this is one of those things you can set up ahead of time so that every day when you log into ChatGPT, you have some knowledge, you have some information coming to you on demand, no extra work for you, right? Just one of those extra things that you can do. So if you ever want to go in and see all of your schedules, see the things that are supposed to be coming, that ChatGPT is supposed to be doing automatically for you, you can go to Teams here, go to Settings, and then you can go to Notifications. And here's where you can see where your responses are going to get pushed to. Do you want them to like notify you when they come or not? And then here in the tasks, when something is completed, when it's done, it'll send it to your email or it'll push it to you. This is basically like creating your own custom newsletter almost. And then if you want to manage those, you can just come down here to Schedules, Manage, and then they should be right here, right? You can take these in and out, edit it. You can change the time if you want it every week, if you want it every day. Maybe you can have it multiple times a day, whatever it is. You can even like make these instructions more detailed, whatever, right? Okay. Oh, give me a thumbs up if you have ever set up one of these schedules, okay? If you have set up a schedule before. This right here, this is for paid accounts, okay? This is a plus thing like I was saying in the very beginning. Sign up for Teams. Teams is going to give you access to these things, and Teams is going to protect your data, and Teams is also going to allow you to share your ChatGPT with other people so that they can work in the same platform with you, right? Maybe you have a marketing team, and you share it with one of your marketing like employees or team members, whatever, and then you have it every day. Yo, give me the top marketing news or top marketing trends in the beauty niche every day, right? That way, when your team member comes in every day, they see this information, they don't have to do any extra work, and you know that everybody's up to speed. It's just one of those things. All right, moving on. Let's go. We're getting through it. We're technically halfway through. I have 2 minutes, but we're halfway through. All right, maybe we can speed run this real quick. 7. We're going to go quick now. I see some people in the chat, a few of you, you're like, Dom, come on, bro. Get on with it, man. I'm smart. I'm a genius. I already know this. I already know everything you're saying because I'm a G and I know all of this. I'm Einstein. All right. If that's you, okay. If that's you, I'm going to speed run this so we can get through, okay? Boom. Number 7, connect a Google Drive account. What you can do, go to Profile, go to Settings, go to Connectors, and then you can come down here to Browse Connectors, and you can connect any of these other tools so that your AI can reference them or pull in data from them anytime you need it. This is gold. I have my Google Drive and my Notion set up. My Notion, it really helps me with like project planning and meeting notes. My Google Drive is organized with literally all of my content, all of my templates, all my docs, all of my sheets, all of that, right? So I can always pull in data from there and ask questions about it. It's gold. Okay, that's number 7. Number 8, to make that easier in your life though, let's move over here to Google Drive really quick. In Google Drive, you need to name your files within Google Drive and organize them so that when you pull them into ChatGPT, they're easy to find and ChatGPT knows exactly what you're talking about. Let me give you an example. So over here in Mindvalley, okay, here, I'm just gonna show you this really quick. So here's all of like the headquarters, right? These are all like the big like companies basically that I work on myself, okay? I'll use Mindvalley as an example today. So if I have the Mindvalley HQ, okay, this is how I set up my Google Drive so that it is organized. This is huge. Come here to Mindvalley, whatever one of your headquarters it is, and then you're gonna code each department of that headquarters, right? So for example, in Mindvalley here, I have MVU, Mindvalley University, I have AI Mastery, and I have Social Media Mastery. And they're coded by year. Okay, so the first letter, the first text in there is year, and then the category. So if it's Mind Valley, I'll show you others later. And then the next is like the title or the thing that it is. Let me show you another example. So in my drive, if I go to the Grateful headquarters, okay, I have all of these things. Like, for example, I have Grateful Future here, which is one of my pages. Everything is organized then by category. Then I can come here to content. Then it's organized by year. And then under each year, I have the types of content that I have here. And then for instance, I go here, and then I have everything organized by date and then the title, all right? This allows me, if I ever want to ask AI a question about any of my content, what I can do is I can reference the year and the thing I'm talking about, and it immediately knows what I mean. I want to show you this in action, okay? So if I go here to my ChatGPT, this is going to blend into our step 9, okay? Projects. So I have my projects match the categories that's in my Google Drive. So one of them here is Mind Valley, right? So within Mind Valley, I have the project files. Whoops. Within the project of Mind Valley, I have my project files. They align with what was in the Google Drive over here. Let me show you this. So if I come back here to Mind Valley HQ, here's each of these. 2024, 2023, the masteries, MVU, all that. If I come here to my project files, I also have them coded by year and the thing it is. So anytime I want to come up here and I ask ChatGPT a question, I can say, what did I talk about in 2024 during MVU? Right? And I'm going to use 4.0 here so that I'm quick on time, or it's going to think for eternity to make sure it gets the answer right. It's going to search the project files, if you just saw that real quick. And then it's telling me on the date. Amazing. I talked about automating your social media team using AI. Oh, cool. Okay, these are the frameworks that I talked about. Amazing. Okay, cool. So what I can do here instead is I can come here to O3. Let's say I'm preparing for MVU 2025 now. I can say, what of these topics or what of these ideas is updated, based on new technology and which still hold true? Now this gives me more, it allows me to reference information in my business, in my marketing, in my life instantly, okay? Based just because I was organized, simply because I knew how to name my files properly. I had them all organized. I can easily reference any of this information at any time, okay? And I do this for each area of my business, for finance, for legal, for content. Be mindful. Within each one of these projects in your project files, if you have a plus plan, it can fit up to 20 files. If you have a pro or a team plan, it can fit up to 40 files. No matter what though, no matter what plan you're on, the files have to be under 512 megabytes, okay? So what I do in that case scenario, if I end up filling it up, is I'll then timestamp each one of the projects. I'll say 2024, 2024 Mind Valley, 2025 Mind Valley, etc. Okay. Yeah, actually, that was step 10. I think we rocked, y'all. I think we did it. I am a minute and 30. Oh, okay. They gave me extra time. Beautiful. Okay, cool. We got through all 10 steps. Let me give this back over to you. I'm gonna shoot the information slide back over so that you can see before I head out of here, to make sure you got all of this information. And if you didn't, then we're going to cover some of these topics. You'll be able to tell the survey, I think, the community here, what you want to know more about, and we'll be able to go over more of these items in AI Mastery. I cannot wait to see you there. You guys are lit. You guys are amazing. You brought amazing energy to me today. Mind Valley always attracts beautiful people. You always attract very loving, engaged audience. Thank you guys so much for being engaged with me. Thank you guys so much for spending your time with me. The fact that you're still here, you could have been anywhere in the world and you're here with us. I appreciate that. I'm Dominic, Mr. Grateful. Peace.
Thank you so much, Dominic. I don't know how Mr. Grateful's name came to be, but I think it's probably because he's an incredible teacher that we are all so grateful for that presentation. I love the fact that he walked us through all of that. They're going to set for our next speaker, which is going to be Vishen coming back. But I just want to go through this. That was so incredible. I see so many of you in the chat absolutely loving this. It's so incredible to have him walk us through step by step. I want to tell you one thing that I've done personally, and maybe it'll resonate with you guys, as Dominic showed us how you can schedule, and that's with version 3 or 4 mini. I've asked, like, so when you go in and you get your ChatGPT to understand who you are, aligned with your goals, what you're creating. You can schedule and say, tell me all of the possibilities. This is something that I have it do for me. Here's my big dream. And I want to always expand my imagination, because when I expand my awareness, I expand possibilities of what I can create in my life. So it'll send me updates. Hey, this week, here's something that maybe you're not thinking of that could happen in your life. You could be at the store and run into this person, or this could happen, or this can happen. And I get so excited coming on to just open my mind up to all these new possibilities. So obviously, that's just, more of a manifesting thing that you can have it do. But as he showed us, the ability for you to have updates that are sent to your teams, have updates that are sent to you so that you can understand what's happening in your space, especially the world is changing so fast every single day. Regardless of what you're in, having an AI help you do deep research while you're sleeping, while you're working on other things, and being able to have that, truly incredible. I love how much you guys love this as well. So we're resetting. Thank you guys. And I want to remind you two things. One, Dominic, this is going to be his 3rd time in the AI Mastery Program. So for those of you that are like, please let him stay. One, he will be back tomorrow. So please, if you can make it, we would love to have you. He will be going even deeper tomorrow. And obviously his style of teaching is incredible, because when you can walk through and see it and actually do it in real time, it's much easier. And number 2, he is part of the AI Mastery Program. So if this is something that you really want to go deep in, and you understand the value that AI has in your life, in your business, then he will be there, and he's one of our top teachers. So he will be able to help guide you every step of the way in the mastery program to help you get up to speed. So I am so excited to have him with us. And all right, so as we continue to this day, I want to bring back Vishen. We're going to go even deeper. Get ready, guys. Let's bring him back, Vishen Lakhiani. Thank you.
You've enjoyed it so far. For a free event that you didn't have to pay for, curious to know, what were your thoughts? Was this worth your time? What did you learn? And if you could put one tiny idea, why do I ask this? Because when we share what we learn, we remind other people of insights, aha moments, strategies that they maybe paid attention to, but forgot, because there's so much coming to you so fast. And I also have been reading the comments, and I also understand that different teachers speak at different levels. Sometimes a specific teacher is speaking at exactly your level. Sometimes it may be a little bit too advanced. For some of you, some sessions may be a little bit too basic. We get that too. When we surveyed you, there's about 5 different categories of AI users here. And with 160,000 people who signed up, the best we could do is give you variety and let you gauge for yourself what fits you best. So I know sometimes something may be too basic. That's okay. The next lesson may be just what you need. Or something may be too fast and maybe you get lost. That's okay too. Because by seeing the wider, bigger picture, you know what to aspire to. So you know what you could possibly learn next. I know what Dominic thought was pretty cool for many of you who are starting. What Vikintas was speaking about may have been super advanced. In fact, what Vikintas was speaking about is so advanced, MCPs, I'm just learning it right now. And I was paying attention as he was speaking, and I got lost. But it's given me ideas of a new tool that I want to try building when I get home tomorrow. And it's a tool to help me and my kids identify and decide what movies to watch from the recent New York Times list that they just published of the top 100 movies of the century. So anyway, an idea that seems to advance can be inspirational. So 6 months ago, the biggest question that we got from people that we train, from our entrepreneurs, from coaches that we certify, was, am I already behind with AI? They weren't looking for more tools. There are thousands of AI tools out there. They were looking for ways to leverage AI to give themselves a second brain. You see, AI today is a part of us. Firstly, it's built with us. Everything you've shared on the internet, every book that's been written, poetry, music, all of the greatest minds in the world, AI has accumulated that over the last decade or so, and it's trained on so much. AI is the grand amalgamation of humanity. But with this, we've created a new part of being human. So what is being human? We used to think it was just physical, but now we know we have a spirit and soul. We know we have a mind, we have an intellect. We have, part of being human right now is the vast repository of human knowledge stored in books, then the internet. And now what we're entering is an era that the philosopher Tim Urban calls the era of the human colossus. It means that we, as human beings, are able to tap into a giant, colossal human, almost a meta-human, and tap into all our ancestors and our peer groups' creativity. This is why any of you could get on Suno today and make powerful music that your family might even want to dance to. Any of you can get on Midjourney and create art. Any of you could take your knowledge and feed it into a clone and create a conversational clone that can help your clients with knowledge and questions. But just like as we grow up, we learn how to use our body. We learn how to increase our longevity. As we, through our spiritual works, through our religion, we learn how to understand our soul. Through classes on community, through classrooms where you have to collaborate with other kids, through university projects, we learn how to interact with other humans. Just like all of that, it is now essential to learn how to leverage AI as your secondary brain. And this doesn't mean that your primary brain goes obsolete. No, it literally means that you have, all of us now have, a genius brain. My friend Naveen Jain, who teaches the art of boldness on Mindvalley. Naveen is a billionaire. He's the founder of the AI company Viome. He says it's as if humanity just discovered a new continent with 8 billion geniuses who are looking for work. And all of us get our own little genius buddy. And you can call it buddy, or you can call it anything you want. Like Dominic showed, you can tell it how to talk to you. And your genius buddy can help shorten the time between any idea in your head and what you're looking to get out to the world. It took me, for example, about 15 years to get my company to 100 million in revenue. To 100 million in valuation, it took maybe 8 to 10 years. I'm now starting a new company under the Mindvalley umbrella, but we're looking to get to 100 million in valuation in 12 months. The secret, AI. And by the way, we're doing it with 5 people. This is what we are now all able to do. And so that's why, because there is so much interest in AI, and AI is now part of personal growth. AI is now, right now, this summer, the hottest learning topic on Mindvalley. Used to be manifesting. Right now, manifesting is number 2. AI is number 1. The reason is this. Not only is AI so essential right now, but it's doubling in power every 3.3 months. As Peter Diamandis, the futurist, said, there will be 2 kinds of companies at the end of this decade, meaning by 2029. Those that are fully utilizing AI and those that are out of business. And this is not just learning how to use ChatGPT. It's about learning how to be the most valuable person in the room. This is no longer a tech trend. It's survival. If you're an entrepreneur and you're not getting this, you will be obsolete. So I need us all to understand this. Because if you do get it, if you are willing to make that effort to learn, to grow, you will be able to be very rapidly in the top 1% of entrepreneurs in your field. But what we're seeking to do here is get you in the top 0.1%. Mindvalley's AI Mastery Program is a 5-month program that kicks off soon in August. I want to tell you about it, show you the curriculum for those of you who are excited to go deeper. Maybe you got a glimpse of something great that you can build, but we're not quite able to catch up. Well, we're going to hold your hand, bring you all of the incredible teachers that you experienced today, yesterday, and that you're going to experience tomorrow in live trainings, real time, nothing recorded. I mean, you'll have the recordings for your future reference, but live training, so everything is up to date. And the goal is to put you in the top 0.1%. I decided we needed this because of something that happened to me in sometime around late 2022. What happened was I had moved to my apartment in Dubai, and my apartment in Dubai is next to Dubai Mall, which is a massive mall, close to 5 to 10,000 stores, something wild like that. And I was making a shopping list. I needed to get random things for the apartment. I needed to get stuff for the kitchen, needed to get pillowcases, needed to get a massive Wi-Fi router. I needed to get a backpack. And I was dreading going to Dubai Mall to, find all of these items across these thousands of stores. So I go to ChatGPT, and again, this was about 2 years ago, and I told ChatGPT, given everything you know about Dubai Mall and all the stores there, here's my 22-item shopping list. Tell me which are the best stores to go to. And I was shocked at what I saw. ChatGPT planned the exact walking route. It was smart enough to optimize it so it would lead me first to the stores with the most items. That was pretty clever. It showed me where to enter Dubai Mall, where to exit. But then it said something that shocked me. It said, by the way, buy the backpack first. Because if you buy the backpack first, you can load it up with all of the lighter items. Save the heaviest item, the Wi-Fi router, for last so you don't get tired carrying it. Wow. That was actually pretty shocking. Because I'd been using ChatGPT at that point for maybe a year. I'd never seen it say that. And that's when it hit me. This is developing really fast. And new users are coming up really fast. As soon as that happened, within 1 hour, I called up my COO, Alex, and I said, Alex, I hate to tell you this, but we're going to stop hiring across Mindvalley. So we stopped hiring. And we've not hired now for about a year. But at the same time, we invested in getting all our employees trained in AI. We started building and teaching our employees to build AI team members. These are actually some of our AI team members. This is a screenshot of our Airtable gallery view where we can access all of our virtual AI employees. These are all trained GPTs, and you will get access to many of these, and you will learn how to use these as well. And the results were shocking. For example, it used to take 8 hours to write a blog post. 8 hours. And a mediocre blog post. Now it takes 90 minutes to write a great blog post. It used to take maybe 7 hours to get a viral video out. Now using AI tools like Descript and then using ChatGPT to analyze and understand the engagement points of a video, this can be done in 1 hour. We're talking about slicing away 70 to 80% of work. The first month ChatGPT came out and I started playing with it, Mindvalley had 35 open marketing and business roles. Within 1 month of using ChatGPT, I learned how to automate most of those roles because, again, I was able to get pretty advanced quickly. And we went down to 5 roles. Within a year, we just stopped hiring completely. Now, I know to some of you this may sound sad, but this is the reality of the world. The good news is this. 2 things are going to happen. I strongly believe that universal basic income is going to come. But I also strongly know that a lot of people who are losing their jobs, they are now using AI to start their own companies. Because the time it takes to start a business has never been easier and quicker. So within 1 year of bringing in AI tools, we started in January 2023. By the end of the year, 2023 had become our best year ever. And this is a measure. Those of you who are entrepreneurs, I want you to remember this. One of the ways you measure the health of a company is revenue per employee. We saw a 40% increase in revenue per employee at the end of 1 year. Now, our employees were not working harder. In fact, they were actually enjoying their work more. They were working around the same time, enjoying their work more because they outsourced the boring stuff to AI. And thus, we were able to increase revenue because people had more room for creativity, more room to experiment. The boring stuff, we trained the AI to do just that. So the questions I want you to ask yourself are basically this. Do you ever feel like everyone else is racing ahead with AI, but you're just trying to figure out where to begin? Do you ever get that feeling? And it doesn't matter whether you're a CEO, an executive, a founder, or you work for a company right now. And you know that AI is the secret to getting that next raise, that next promotion, to becoming an expert in your field. Number two, are you seeing all of these new AI tools come up, but wondering what's actually worth my time? Because it can be crazy time consuming to go through the 1,000 new AI tools emerging just in the past 6 months. Question three, have you ever tried tools like ChatGPT but felt like, gosh, I'm only just scratching the surface? Answer yes if you feel that way. 4, do you worry, and it's a legitimate worry, that AI could replace your role or business? If you're a founder and entrepreneur, replace your business. If you're working, replace your role, instead of making you more valuable. Very legitimate worry. Next, would you love to use AI to free up your time, grow your income, or launch your ideas faster without learning how to code? And by the way, today anyone can build AI applications without knowing coding. In fact, at a class on AI in Singularity University, one of the quotes I heard that really shook me was this: English literature majors can now build fairly complex apps better than average programmers with no training in programming. That's where we've gotten, and that's speeding up with the new tools which are emerging, like Replit and Lovable. We'll share a little bit on those tomorrow. So this is where AI mastery comes in. It's all of these incredible teachers, myself, Varun Maya, who's going to speak after me, so stay tuned. Varun is an incredible trainer. Dominic, Casey, Noel, you'll hear from her tomorrow. Iman, Nick, whom you heard from yesterday. Manon, Vikintas, Sarah, Tyler. Incredible teachers. And it's designed to put you in the top 0.1%. So all of our teachers bring in something very unique. And this is why many people have said Mindvalley's AI Mastery Program is the best AI training in the world. You're learning from experts from Amazon, experts from Google, people who have built their own AI companies, experts in productivity. You're learning from some of the top teachers of AI on social media. You are learning from someone like Manon Dave. He couldn't join us at this summit because of a family emergency, but Manon has 5 inventions in Time magazine and, get this, won 5 awards at the recent CES, Consumer Electronics Show. You learn to become a master of applied AI, and you learn to cut your work week from 5 days to 4 or even 3 days. This is one of the things that's so common among our graduates, and many people are able to shave off 1 day of work before the end of 1 month. So think about it. If you invested a month learning a program, and in that month you're doing maybe 3, 6, 9, 12 hours of training, okay? 12 hours of training. And by the end of that month, you're able to shave off an hour of your work. That means Fridays, you never have to work Fridays again. How would that impact your life? I can tell you what it did for me. My health soared. My health just absolutely transformed. I remember the year I started bringing in AI into my workflow. At the end of the year, I did a test called Glycanage. With my extra time, the danger about getting extra time is we can get addicted to things, whether it's TikTok or Instagram or Netflix. I decided I want to use my extra time to really take care of my body, to practice longevity practices, to go to the gym more, to spend more time with the kids. At the end of 1 year, my longevity scores were through the roof. I did a test called Glycanage, and my biological age was 30 years younger than it should be. But I had that extra time to take care of my health because I'd shaved off a day a week. And then I got even better. I shaved off a 2nd day a week. What did I do with that extra time? I went into innovation mode. I created new expansion opportunities for companies, started a supplement company, started a festival called Future Human, and now I'm starting a longevity company called Vibrantly, which you'll hear about in about a month because of this extra time. And I'm continuing to use AI to do more in less time so that I have more time to be alive. And this is applicable to everyone. Who is this for? founders or solo entrepreneurs, you need this. Small business owners, CEOs, if you don't get AI, you are no longer an effective CEO because you will be operating based on completely outdated paradigms. Executives, if you lead a team of people today and you're not competent in AI, you are never going to make your team competitive. And in fact, your team will probably be behind the competition. I don't care how brilliant a leader you are, how process driven you are. If you don't know AI, you're obsolete. Every executive in my company has to be trained in AI. Coaches and therapists. AI has officially outscored coaches and therapists in terms of empathy and accuracy. Keep that in mind. This is actual scientific data. This is not an opinion. But a coach leveraging AI is insanely powerful. But also, you can use AI as a coach or therapist to increase your LinkedIn presence, your Instagram presence, get more clients, manage clients, do more with less. Consultants. AI can completely transform the way you work with the companies that you consult with. Authors, influencers, and creators. I have a multi-million-dollar speaking company where I get booked to speak around the world. That company has 0 employees. 0. I had 1 employee, and what I found is that after she left, I didn't need to replace her with another human being. I basically used Airtable and ChatGPT to run the entire operation with minimal work. 0 employees. And it actually made my life a lot easier. Marketing professionals. If you're not using AI right now, AI is going to make your job obsolete because the best marketing right now, marketing testing, is all being created by AI, and agentic AI is about to change the face of marketing. One of our mastery students, basically, he had ran a marketing agency. He took this program, turned his marketing agency into an AI-powered marketing agency, and won a ton of agency awards. You'll hear his story later. So what are the benefits, right? First thing is this. You save hours of your workday with powerful AI flows. So if you look at this picture right now, this is from one of the classes that Vikantas teaches. It looks a little bit complex. This is essentially computational thinking. You are taking a process in your business and you're learning how to use different tools from Anthropic to PostgreSQL to Microsoft to Jira and Slack to automate a process in the business. This is called building a custom AI agent. An AI agent is basically an AI employee. Number 2, you learn to build a personal AI stack that 10x's your output. This is what I did with my speaking agency. After I started using AI in my talks, my average talk rating, so I measure audience feedback, went from 4.5 to 4.85 almost overnight because I used AI to create more emotional points, to create more stories, to even understand how to give better talks. You master content creation at the speed of AI. Have you noticed how beautiful Mindvalley visuals are? Well, what if I told you that we're able to do that in mass because we leverage AI? Many companies do 1 summit a year. We do a summit every 5 days. After this AI summit, in 1 week, we're launching Mindvalley University in Amsterdam. 2,000 people live, 5,000 people tuning in. A week after that, we're launching a new summit called Mindvalley X. You'll hear about it. Shortly after that, we're launching an event with Paul McKenna on hypnotherapy, weeks apart. It's because we're leveraging AI. And I want to show you this cute little video that is actually one of our employees. And what you're about to see was all done in 30 minutes flat. Does the video work? Click play, guys. AI is used in the scripting, but also in the actual project itself. AI maximizes your creativity. It's one of the most beautiful things about AI. Clicker, please. Sorry, guys, a quick issue with the clicker. Okay. Next, you learn how to build no-code AI tools and automations. So here's an example. This is our event app for Mindvalley University. Building an event app or buying one of these apps from services that create events app can be about $5,000. Vikintas built this for under $1,000 in 2 weeks, and you can learn the same. This is using tools such as Glide, as well as you can also use tools like Lovable or Replit. You literally learn how to build your own progressive web apps. That's a word meaning apps that run on the web but work seamlessly on your mobile phone. Super useful for so many different projects. Fifth, you learn to think like the top 0.1% of AI-first innovators. Now, there's a name for this form of thinking. It's called computational thinking. We're going to go deeper on this later. 6, you learn to monetize your AI skills, build revenue engines. You're going to learn how to actually use AI to increase the performance of your advertising, to improve your sales pitch, to improve the conversion rate of your companies. All companies rely on sales and marketing. What if we can improve the quality of your marketing by 20, 30%? One of our trainers, Juan Matategi, he did this. He worked with a company that used email marketing. He used AI to understand how to score their leads so they knew exactly who they should do a phone call with, who they should send an email with. Then he used AI to analyze all their email and improve their emails. The net result, 30% increase in closing rate. That's huge. So these are some examples of what it looks like as you learn agentic workflows to bring agents into your departments for sales, customer support, marketing, and IT. Number 7, you understand AI's real capabilities without the hype. Cut through the noise, learn how LLMs, prompt engineering, hallucination reduction, custom GPTs actually work so that you can make your own decisions on how to use AI. You also learn how to lead with AI ethically, strategically, responsibly. Incredible teachers like Noelle are going to speak about this. Noelle has worked for Microsoft, worked for Amazon. She's built over 100 chatbots, worked under leaders like Jeff Bezos. She is super passionate about AI ethics. 9, you learn to redesign your career for the future of work, which is the future of AI. And 10, oh man, it's the community. The people in this group, the way they collaborate, the way they come up with ideas together. Many of them form little study groups in the cities that they are in. You're going to have 1,000+ incredible peers to work with you. So here's how the program works, okay? So firstly, world-class trainers. It's 5 months. 2 sessions per week. So every week we go deep in one topic, 2 sessions. First, it's a lesson on Wednesday, 90 minutes. Then it's an implementation on Friday. If you're a super genius, you can probably figure it out just at the lesson. Most of us will do the lesson and the implementation. In the implementation call, you build whatever the teacher is teaching you how to build. So it's 3 hours a week. Flexible trainings. If you miss a call, the recordings are available. You also get access to our exclusive app and global community. And you can take essentials or advanced, depending on how far you want to go. First is this. What makes us different? World-class trainers, 5 months. Second, 44 live trainings over 22 weeks. Okay, so it's 90 minutes of lesson per week. This comes down to 3 hours per week. That's what you put in. As I said, by the end of month 1, many of you will no longer have to work Friday. So you make this time back really fast. You also have an incredibly supportive global community to elevate your AI skills. The Mindvalley community is super tight. We do events like Mindvalley University, which happens in a week in Amsterdam, because so many of our graduates want to actually come and just hug each other in the real world. Okay, if you don't believe me, go check out mindvalley.com/u and actually see we have a university campus where you can come, meet me, meet Vikintas, Dominic's going to be there, Manon's going to be there, and meet all our graduates. You also have an application that we give you that will allow you to connect and form meetups with other students.
sound, new hype, new vibe, new wave, good times. It's the new thing.
So on the Mindvalley 6 platform, which is a separate app, so our main app is where we host AI Mastery. That app has been selected by Apple to be featured in every Apple store. But there's a secondary app that runs the community that's called 6. Most programs give you just tools. We give you a tribe of peers, people who push you forward, who inspire you, who give you feedback, and who share their breakthroughs. Okay, now, 2 levels of transformation. Applied AI Essentials, Applied AI Advanced. So the program is designed to give you 2 different flows depending on how deep you want to go. Level 1 is called Essentials. It's 26 lessons. Level 2 is Advanced. It's 44 lessons. So level 1 is about 26 lessons divided by 2. That's the number of weeks. What is that? That is 13 weeks, roughly. And then you can go beyond to level 2, which will take about 5 months. So Essentials is for you if you only want the highest impact AI tools that are fast and easy to implement. And Essentials will already change your life. Advanced is for you if you want to truly leverage the full potential of AI, putting you in the top 0.1%. Essentials will maybe get you to the top 2%. I'd say Advanced will get you to the top 0.1%. I'll honestly say it's so unbelievable when you get into Advanced. Everyone should be thinking about doing Advanced. But let's go a little bit deeper, okay? So level 1, Applied AI. 22 lessons. You learn advanced tools, ChatGPT, Midjourney, Claude, AI video, voice, automation, MCPs, Manus, 11 Labs. You save about 5 to 10 hours per week. The tuition is $5,999. Level 2, Applied AI, is 44 powerful lessons, everything in Essentials, plus you build real automated agent systems, content machines. You build products with AI, even if you've never learned to code before. You learn frameworks to scale income and innovation with AI. Tuition is $9,899. Programs start on August 13. So on August 13, both Essentials and Advanced start together in the same class. Now the live call schedule, the first class happens August 13, which is a Wednesday. It ends January 2026, that's when we have a virtual graduation party. Trainings are Wednesday and Friday. It's 9 a.m. LA, 12 p.m. New York, 5 p.m. London time. So on these 2 days every week, you just want to block off an hour. Recordings available. Sorry, block off 90 minutes. And let's look at the curriculum, okay? So month 1 is Mastering Foundations for immediate impact. So not just basics, but stuff that will make a dent in your business. Month 2, higher productivity and performance. Month 3, branding, influence at scale. This is where the money that you paid for AI Mastery, you make it back in sales and marketing advantages. Month 4, build, code, and innovate. I know some of you are thinking, there's no way I'm going to be able to build my own app or code. Wrong. This is happening faster than you think. In fact, our next speaker, Varun, just today on his Instagram, which is one of the most followed AI Instagrams, he announced a new tool to help ordinary people build apps launched by a service provider called GitHub. You'll be learning things like this. That literally announced today. That's how fast the world is evolving. Number 5, scaling AI for long-term success. And let's do a breakdown, okay? So Applied AI Essentials, you learn the foundations, you understand AI models, you build AI-enhanced productivity systems. This is really good because no matter where you are, even if you're just starting, at the end of this month or 2, you're in a position to ask your employer for a raise. You've become so much more productive in your work. Let me give you an example. Okay, AI prompt engineer jobs now can pay up to $375,000 a year and do not require a background in tech. That is how much in demand AI specialities are. I have a friend who's running a company right now, several friends. None of them hire anyone who isn't trained in advanced prompt engineering because it's just a waste of money. Part 2, AI techniques for higher productivity and performance. This is where you are able to influence the trajectory of your company. Part 3, content, branding, sales. This is where you increase revenue. And that's just level 1. When we get to level 2, we go into part 4, where you build and code with AI agents. Here you're literally creating virtual employees, and you scale AI for long-term impact. Now at that point, okay, you can even Turn yourself into an AI consultant. You will know so much because you're in the top 0.1%. You could go to any company and charge big bucks to transform their AI usage because most companies, most founders, most entrepreneurs just don't get it. And you will. And this opens up a whole new income potential for you. You get a certificate of completion, AI Mastery. And let me tell you why you want to think about doing this with Mindvalley. Firstly, we've been billed as the most effective life transformation platform in the world, CNN. This year, in fact, for CNN, I was asked to host the CNN 2025 New Year Countdown. Why? Because of the respect that the Mindvalley name has when it comes for transformation. And 2025 is a year of incredible human transformation. If you go to our website, you will see we are now pushing 25,000 case studies of lives transformed. These are voluntary from our students, 25,000.
Mindvalley.
Mindvalley.
Mindvalley. I absolutely love this app. I mean, it represents the intersection of technology and also spirituality, two things that people think are somewhat incongruous, but of course they're not. And this app really did change my life.
A platform that brings leading educators in the fields of meditation, fitness, and health all together to share their knowledge.
With a growing community of 20 million and a mission to help people step into their greatness.
One of the most successful edutech companies on the planet.
One of the world's most powerful life transformation platforms.
What is arguably the most diverse and well-respected group of instructors anywhere.
The side effect is absolutely that it does make you a better person.
And creates a safe environment for you to come back to your authentic self. It resonates with so many people. It's like you want to crush it at work, you want to crush it on the court, you want to crush it in the field. Yeah. You just want to be the best version of yourself, and this will definitely help is what I'm getting from this.
Right.
So if you could learn anywhere, why not learn on the company that billionaire Naveen Jain and many others have said, building the next Harvard or Stanford of our time. Now, I want to explain something for you. What makes education different is knowledge versus transformation. Knowledge is what you take in, and you have to hold on to it based on memory. Transformation is different. Transformation is where you literally change. When you think of wisdom, that's transformation. Now, for most people, transformation comes from suffering. You've heard, pain causes growth, or it comes from sudden moments of insight or awakening. So for most people, transformation is very random. What we do is we deliberately transform you. For example, in AI Mastery, we're not just teaching you tools, we are secretly teaching you transformation models for how you think. This, in a word, is called computational thinking. These ideas include concepts like decomposition, pattern recognition, abstraction, algorithm design, and as you start developing these new ways of thinking, even if you are nowhere near a computer or a phone, you start solving problems in a different way. You are far more effective. You will learn how to take your brain. So this is my brain, and this is just a portion of my brain. It's actually 100 times more complex. But you learn how to take all the data in your brain using computational thinking, create relationships that can work with AI, so you literally are able to multiply the power of your brain. Okay, and this is why I built Mindvalley, because I wanted to ensure that people were going through remarkable transformation. So now let's look at some of our past students. This is our third year doing an AI Mastery class. The classes only launch once a year, but let's look at some case studies, okay? So Fernanda Bacenos saved hours of work, eliminated the need for an accountant, secured new clients, developed exciting new projects. You can read the full case study. Kania Mendoza said, I burned out trying to run two businesses alongside motherhood. Now I feel inspired and energized to bring multiple business ideas to life using AI to increase my productivity. Michael said, it didn't just help my business, it transformed how we operate as a team. Productivity is through the roof, and instead of working harder, we're working smarter. By the way, one of the things people don't get about this is you're not just getting this for yourself, you're getting this for the team, because everything you learn, are you going to keep it to yourself? No. Most of our students, they then go and they teach their team. But we also have a special pricing If you sign up for yourself and you want to say bring in a couple of team members, we have a special pricing for that. Okay, just reach out to I'm trying to remember the email address. Jaydeep, do you know? Is it business@mindvalley.com? Type in, reach out to business at workway@mindvalley.com. Workway, okay? And we'll get back to you. Olena said, my efficiency increased 35% using these tools. Kaylin said, I had a social media planner and calendar that automates posts for me, generates ideas, generates images. Now, what she's talking about is she literally built that. She built her own applications to manage her social media. Hector Garcia, this was the one I told you about. Honored with the AI Creative Agency of the Year Award by the Internet Marketing Association. He had an agency. He pivoted to using AI to make his agency even better and won AI Creative Agency of the Year Award in his association body. Ernie Pinas, I completed a patent documentation and drawings for my latest invention, an AI-backed app-driven indoor appliance capable of reducing home energy consumption by over 60%. Powerful, isn't that? Sonia, 6 months ago, my title was digital consultant. Today I've transformed into visual AI designer. People are literally changing their jobs and titles in 6 months. This person said, within 4 months, I'd shortened my work week by 1.5 days, surprising even my original goal of 1 day. This lady said, increased daily client capacity, boosting income by 25%. This person took a process that typically would take her 45 to 50 hours, did it in 3 hours. So knowing that and knowing where you're going to be if you don't learn this, what do you think is more useful to you, level 1 or level 2? Again, essentials is for you if you only want the highest impact AI tools that are fast and easy to implement. Advanced, you're building your own tools. You're building your own workflows, your own automation. You're going in the top 0.1%. Okay, and that's the pricing. Level 1 is $6,999. Level 2 is $8,999. 26 lessons, 44 lessons. 3 months, 5 months. How deep do you want to go? Now, one of the things we want to do is, given you've really invested time with us, given you have been loyal to the Mindvalley brand, we're actually going to cut the price down to $5,999 and $7,999. Okay, so based on that, I want you to just think for a moment as I'm looking at the chat. Which do you feel is more relevant to you? Make a decision of how deep you would step forward. And maybe for some of you, 3 months is okay. That's still going to change your life. And like many of our graduates, shave off maybe a day, day and a half of work. What would it be like to be able to end your workday at 12 noon on Thursday and have the rest of Thursday and all of Friday free for the rest of your life while maintaining the same output you have today? Or maybe you want to go deeper, level 2. Maybe the next company that's worth $100 million with a team of just 5 built in 12 months flat. Maybe you created that. Now, the good news is you don't have to make a choice. We're going to make it super simple. If you've attended a Mindvalley Summits before, you know that we love doing this. Buy 1 level, get 2 levels. That means you can get both level 1 and level 2 for the price of level 1, $5,999. That's the final price for AI Mastery, $5,999. So it's just a tad over $1,000 a month for this transformation. You invest in level 1 and you get level 2 included at no extra cost. Excuse me. But we also go further and provide some really cool bonuses. The first is the AI Mastery certification. For those of you who might want to use that and maybe go out there and find clients and help other companies transform, you also get professional development credits. So if you guys know what CPD credits are, we've been registered, as we've been accredited. You get 101 CPD credits. Bonus 2, community. You get a community platform. You stay in the platform, you have access to all your fellow students. So maybe you become a master of a particular AI tool, and you want someone who maybe is a master at, say, visual design on AI. You can find each other using the app. Bonus 3, you get our Amplify with AI program if you don't already have it. This is a 7-hour program taught by me, Vikantas and Madden, that teaches you some of the fastest ways to get started with AI. Bonus 4, recordings of Summit and Mastery. So this Summit, this Mastery, the bonuses, the recordings are not available, but you get this available if you become a Mastery student. So if anything you learned today was too much for you, you'll get the recording. Bonus 5 is really interesting. Some people told us, Vishen, I'm so busy, like an extra 3 hours a week. That's too much. And I said, okay, well, what if in just 1 week we could free up 3 hours a week for you? And that's what Learning Mastery is about. Learning Mastery is a 6-hour program. It teaches you how to speed up your rate of learning. You learn AI. You also learn how to optimize your brain, your cognition, so everything else moves faster, greater focus, no more brain fog, higher energy, no more, getting super tired as the day hits 4 p.m. 6 hours, you can start this anytime, even before AI Mastery, and buy back that 3 hours. Learning Mastery is going to be available for you on your Mindvalley app. And then a special bonus. So you can sign up for AI Mastery anytime between now and when the class hits 1,000 students. We sold out last year. We sold out the year before. In fact, we had 200 people on the wait list. There was a real wait list. But what we're doing is a special bonus for those of you who enroll today, tomorrow, which is our final day, or before 11:59 p.m. Monday. You see, when you enroll early, it's so exciting for our team. It helps us fill the class faster. We get our early students. This is really good. It's so exciting for us. So we give an extra bonus. And the extra bonus is I will personally take you through a 4-hour workshop where I, as a CEO, will show you how I completely transform Mindvalley with AI, no holds barred. I don't want to do this for everyone, but for people who enroll today, tomorrow, or Monday, I will share with you some pretty detailed stuff. And if you're a founder, a CEO, an executive, this is going to change your life. This is beyond what we are learning in the main AI Mastery, but it's only for those of you who enroll early. And this live workshop at Vishen is transformative. So here's what you get, okay? Mindvalley AI Mastery, bonuses worth close to $10,000. And you can also get a payment plan. So if you're thinking, maybe $5,999 is too much right now, you can get a 4-month payment plan, $1,749 a month. Or you can just pay in one shot for $5,999. You save $1,000. If you're in the USA, you can also use Klarna. Klarna is a credit option that is available to Americans. And with Klarna, you can split your payment into as many as even 24 months. So again, this is everything you get, okay? You get Mindvalley AI Mastery, Advanced. You get bonuses worth $10,000, the community, the recordings, Learning Mastery, Amplify with AI, the certification, and a special bonus, which is the live workshop with me. Overall, valued at a significant amount, just for $5,999. And by the way, if you're a Mindvalley member, know that Mindvalley members get special perks. So you get $500 off AI Mastery. Mindvalley members get an additional $500 off, and all you got to do is just search your email for that discount code, okay? So get started with AI Mastery. I'll give you the QR code where you can go enroll. You'll see everything on the webpage, full description, and you can buy. Mindvalley members, the email has gone out. Search member discount, and you will find the email. Mindvalley member discount. Search for that in your email. Okay, further advantages we'll talk about later. But one of the things is we run this program only one time a year. So if you don't enroll now, you're basically waiting till August 2026. And why wait? Now, the second thing is this. We are so confident in the quality of the program, you can go through the entire program for 15 days straight. That is 4 classes. And at the end of the 15 days, 1 email, full refund. Okay, but we are so confident that you will love this. So that's how you enroll in AI Mastery. Super excited to have you here. We'll go more into a Q&A tomorrow. Right now, take a photo of that QR code or sign up right now and register. And we now have our final training for the day with the brilliant Varun. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Caitlin. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Vishen. Guys, I just want to acknowledge there's been a couple of questions that have come up, and obviously the Mindvalley team is doing everything they can to answer you. But one thing I just want to acknowledge is this idea that, okay, 6 months, this is going to be outdated. Guys, this what you see Vishen showing you guys is a schedule that is being real time created for you as well. And the team tracks the trends. So for example, Varun, who's coming up next, if you even just look at his page, he has a sit down interview pinned with Sam Altman. For those of you that don't know, Sam Altman is the CEO of OpenAI, which is ChatGPT. That's what Dominic walked all of you guys through. So this is all, they are ahead of it. They know what's coming. They know what to teach you. And it's all changing in real time. As Vishen shared, also Varun posted about the brand new app that's helping you build, or the brand new AI tool that's helping you build apps. So I want you guys to rest assured knowing that, yes, this space is changing, but they have curated the best, not only just speakers, but teachers and experts in this field that are in real time knowing what's happening and able to share that with you. So as we're getting ready for our next speaker, which is Varun, I'm so excited. Guys, he is unbelievable. I have been watching a lot of his content myself. So for background and context for you, he for the last decade has been in the ecosystem of startup, global ecosystem in India. He is a tech entrepreneur turned content creator, does both. And what I love about him is he's always trying new things. He's seeing what the latest tech is. He's trying it for himself. He's creating videos. He's sitting down with the top experts in AI, and he's bringing all that information to us. Truly, truly a brilliant mind. And I love what he's doing in this space and how he's making it accessible to all of us. He will be part of the AI Mastery Program. And I know that he is ready. So please, everybody, help me welcome right now, Varun.
Hi, am I on?
You're here, Varun. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm just watching the chat to see if they can see me. Lovely. Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. I think, my first interaction with Mindvalley was, I think, like 4 or 5 years ago. I remember seeing one of your sessions a long, long time ago. And it's been great to see you guys evolve over, the last half a decade or so. When I was thinking about what I wanted to talk about today and what would be of real value to the audience, right? Because we have maybe 45 minutes, an hour. And I said, what is it that I can help with that you can actually start using today when it comes to AI? And before that, I want to tell you a little bit about my story and how I started using AI and sort of use it on a daily basis. So about 4 years ago, I was running a technology startup. I sold it and I was thinking, well, what should I do next? And one of the things that I was exploring in the entire space of AI was I was seeing this new tool called DALL-E. It was called DALL-E 2. And I said, this looks interesting. And I got early access. And I said, I should try it out and see what happens with it. So I played with it. And to my surprise, it was able to generate images. Right? And we all know how image generators work today. But back then, it was sort of like this magical first moment. And the minute I used it, I made a video on it. And I said, hey, I think AI can be creative. And can you imagine what all the comments were? The comments were all like, hey, no way AI is going to be creative. And these were people who had never used an AI tool, right? Because AI wasn't a thing back then. And they said, no way AI can generate images. No way AI can, make images just by prompting something, right? You'll have to actually do a degree. You'll have to learn design. You'll have to have spent many years with Photoshop to actually make some of these things. And here I was saying that this is possible. And the world hadn't had access to these tools yet. So I said, hey, I'm going to dedicate the next few years of my life just playing around with all the new models, all the new tools, and see what I can come up with. And my goal was I wanted to build a business on top of it, or I wanted to use it in some way to make my life productive. So the day the GPT-3 API came out, the day the GPT 3.5 API came out, I said, let me put this in WhatsApp. So we actually built a tool called God in a Box, which was just this thing on WhatsApp that people could talk to. And to our surprise, it went really viral. It got millions of users. And immediately we realized, hey, this isn't a toy anymore, right? This is something that people actually use and can find value out of in their lives. So we kept trying different experiments. And the third experiment that we ran was we actually tried to make something called Alpha CTR, which is this tool that made YouTube thumbnails for you. So we made that, we realized, hey, there's value here. So we kept building things. But to be honest, none of those things changed my life drastically or changed the lives of our users drastically. Then one of those days, I saw this open source model called Wave to Lip. And I tried this Wave to Lip model. And basically the model allowed you to stitch different people's lips or your own lips and sync it to any sort of audio. So I took somebody's audio, stitched it to my lips. And to my surprise, there was this low resolution version of, this thing that looked like something that looked like me, was speaking like me, but wasn't me. And I said, oh my God, this is great, right? And I said, if this keeps getting better, just like Midjourney went from the first version to the second version to the third version, if these avatars get better, then at some point, I'll be able to replace myself as a content creator. And remember, I'd been creating content for about 8-9 years of my life, part-time. But the problem with being a content creator, and now that I have over 2 million followers across Instagram and YouTube, is that being a content creator is exhausting. It is super exhausting, right? People think it's easy. And the day they do it, the first video, they feel really good. They're like, hey, I can do this all day. But then after a few weeks, you realize you've run out of topics. You've run out of life experience, right? You can't keep talking about the same things again and again, because at some point, the entire world experience that you have, you're sort of limited by it, right? So you say, well, I've already made 30 videos. How many more videos can I make about unique things that I've learned or figured out? So you get exhausted and you start having to think about, well, what's my next video going to be, right? And what is my next script going to be? Because remember, the basis of good content is writing. So I said, I was already starting to burn out. And when I tried this Wave to Lip tool, I said, well, if this gets better, then there is a potential to replace myself as a content creator. And I was really excited about this. So I went and told all my content creator friends, I'm going to one day replace myself with an AI avatar. You know what they said? They said, no chance. They said, there's absolutely no way that people will watch an AI generated presenter. People can tell the difference between real and AI generated. There's no way you'll be able to clone your voice perfectly. And I would say a lot of it at that point was skepticism around the fact that this would be possible. So at that point, I said, I've got to give it a spin. And remember, it was different for me versus everybody else starting to create content with AI avatars today. This was about 2 years ago. Because for me, I was already a content creator. And I was risking the 100,000 followers I had back then with this new unproven piece of technology. And I was really worried it would piss off my entire audience. Right? So the minute that happened, I said, I'm going to try. And I put out a video on my Instagram, like a short form video on my Instagram, using these tools in the early days. This was before the era of the HeyGens and the Synthesias, right? And as expected, a lot of the audience said, well, this is AI generated. We're not going to watch AI generated content. We're not going to watch an AI generated presenter. But, and this is where, it's people, there's a difference between what people say and what people do. What ended up happening was that even though people said they wouldn't watch the content, they kept watching it. We were getting hundreds of thousands of views. There was no impact on the kind of views we were getting and the kind of views that we were getting in the past when using a real presenter, which was me sitting in front of the camera, hustling and bustling and sort of running out of steam. There was no difference in the views. So we started realizing maybe people are interested in watching this kind of content. Maybe this is interesting. And the more we started using this technology, it turns out when you catch a technology as it's skyrocketing ahead, the technology gets better. Over time, the audio cloning got better. And we learned these tricks as well, right? For example, a lot of people complain, even today, that, hey, the audio of my AI avatar doesn't sound like me. Let me tell you a little trick we figured out 2 years ago. If you ask ChatGPT to generate a list of all the words that most content creators use in their videos, just generate a long script of all the words that content creators will use in their videos, and then go to the studio and record those words. Then you give the model coverage, because you can use that same recording and then shove it into 11 Labs, which is what we use to generate our audio. And it turns out it gives you a lot of coverage over words that it can never do by itself, right? So, and every week I'd top up. So every week there'd be, we'd make an AI avatar reel with some audio and it would mispronounce some word or the other. For example, it mispronounced the word devotee on a video that we did. So every week, my team would tell me, here are the 5 words we got wrong, the avatar got wrong. And I would go to the studio, I would record just those 4 or 5 words, and we would top it up at the bottom of the audio file we had and send it back to training with 11 Labs. So over time, if you do that every single week, week on week on week, just top up the words that sort of, doesn't pronounce well. At the end of the year, you have a audio model that's practically indistinguishable from a human being. And we didn't make the model, right? 11 Labs made the model. But as you know, with all these AI models, it depends on the kind of training data you give it. And it just turns out that I had to sort of go and say every word manually at least once. And then with enough coverage, it was able to extrapolate even the words I would never say in the past, right? Or I've never said online before. So that's how we solved audio. And as the audio got better, people start saying, well, are you recording the audio and then using the AI avatar? Because it starts sounding indistinguishable. And then we said, okay, we've got audio locked in. How do we do video well? How do we do the AI avatar well? And we had switched from Wave to Lip to this tool called HeyGen. And what we started doing was we had started recording enough video footage of us, discarding it. And here's the thing, we learned simple things, right? Don't look too much to the left. Don't look over 45 degrees to the left. Don't look over 45 degrees to the right. Make sure you never obstruct your face with your hands. Make sure that you're looking forward as much as you can. Add a little bit of, like, if you are presenting, be a little more emotive than you traditionally would. So 30%, 40% more emotive than you usually would. And the minute you've trained enough AI avatars, it starts doing a good job, right? It starts looking and feeling like you. And then remember, we cleverly edit over the parts where it still makes mistakes, because AI at this point still makes mistakes. With the audio, it's kind of flawless, but with video, it still makes mistakes. So it's kind of our job now to edit cleverly over the parts where it makes mistakes. Because people on the other end, and this is like, it doesn't matter how good AI gets, right? Ultimately, you're in the business of creating content. And I see a lot of people using AI avatars to create content today. And it's all it's like you're forgetting that there's an audience on the other side that wants to be informed or entertained, right? They want to have something on the other end, someone on the other end they can eventually relate to. Whether that person is a bot or a human being actually doesn't matter so much to the user, right? To the viewer. So our video models started getting better. And it turns out, and this is a very strange human behavioral sort of thing we learned, that the AI content started outperforming human content. And the reason the AI content started outperforming the human content, and I'll give you a very good reason for this, is because with AI generated content, with the presenter is AI generated, you start with a script. So think about how most of you create content, right? Some of you say, today I'm going to talk about this. And then you don't actually write a script. And then you go out in front of the camera and you start speaking. But the problem with speaking out content is humans are imperfect. So you go out there, there'll be a few ums, there'll be a few buts. You might digress from the point, you might forget the point. But the minute you have a script, and the best content creators in the world, the secret behind the best content creators in the world is they all write. Like the average short form content creator who is making about 200 videos a year, let's say, like the ones who are serious, are writing a minimum of 200 pages a year. That's almost a book worth of writing every year. And there is no way, like any content creator who's going out there and rambling, no matter how smart or well-educated or insightful you are, the minute you're rambling without a script, you will burn out within like 15 to 20 videos. You'll burn out within 20 videos. Right? So all the creators who have managed to have that consistency over the long term start with scripting. And the advantage with AI created content is your scripts are tight. Because your scripts are tight, there's no rambling, there's no ums and buts. Your retention of the videos are higher, which means the people watching stick around longer on that video. So if right now, I'm saying things without a script, right? I'm just talking to you guys. And when I'm doing that, when I'm speaking to an audience, I will always, like humans will always ramble a bit. But if this was a script that I was reading out from, instead of 45 minutes, this would be a 15-minute video. And if it was a 15-minute video, my retention rate on a 15-minute video is much higher than on a 45-minute video. And it is the same thing with short-form content. So as we started doing that, as we started writing a script using the AI avatar to sort of present the script with a trained audio model, it started growing. And within a month, we went from 100,000 followers to 200,000 followers. We were doing about 1 million views, like per week. Today, we do over 100 billion views a month globally. I went to Davos last year, and YouTube had this booklet about, YouTube at Davos, and we are now officially recognized as one of the largest AI avatars in the world. And there was a lot of fake news recently saying that YouTube's banning AI-generated content. That's actually not true. YouTube's banning repetitive content. So if you're mass producing hundreds of videos or thousands of videos a day, then they'll find you and ban you, or they'll prevent you from monetizing. But it doesn't affect content which you've put creativity behind, right? And for us, the creativity is at the scripting level. So a lot of people today are using GPT or Claude or Gemini to write your scripts. I think that's the mistake. There, you need to be insightful. You need to write your own scripts. And then you use the AI to do the menial manual process of going out and speaking. It's the opposite of what everyone else does, right? It's almost like everyone else says, well, I'm going to use AI to generate the script, and then I'm going to go speak it out. I think you should be doing the opposite of it. So as we started doing the opposite of it, we got to massive scale. We got to, across YouTube and Instagram, we're at close to about 2 million followers now. It got me the opportunity to interview some of the best people, some of the best people in AI across the planet. And I think none of it would be possible without consistency. The secret to content, right? The secret to content is not actually that you have to be extremely insightful, or you need to, be the smartest person in the world, or you need to be the most entertaining person in the world. The secret to content is that you need to be consistent. Any content creator, and I guarantee there are like 10,000 people watching this, right? Any person in this audience who goes out there and commits to making 300 videos a year, right? And it doesn't mean you make low quality videos. It means you still make videos treating the audience like somebody you respect. It's almost like creating videos for yourself. As long as you do 300 videos a year, you will do well. Within a couple of years, you will never have to worry about deal flow for any of your businesses. You'll never have to worry about gaining an audience, because it comes. The platforms all reward consistency. And AI's real value when it comes to creating content is that it gives you consistency. It allows you to actually go out there and put out content every single day, as long as you're clear that the script that you're writing is still human made, still human crafted, right? So you would still need to go out, think of ideas for the day, write it down. And then once it's written down, you pass it over to the AI. Whereas almost everyone who's creating content right now on the internet with AI is doing it the other way around. Use GPT to create the script. So everything that comes out of your mouth is super generic, because it's not your insights or your learnings that are going out there on screen. It's somebody else's. The second piece that we learned, and the sort of reason we're able to do this consistently, is we also believe that a lot of people who are creating content right now are editing the videos themselves. And fundamentally, I do not believe it is possible for a person to do 300 videos a year while you are scripting it and then also editing it. It's not possible to do both, right? Because remember, you cannot be the best in the world at doing two of these things. So we actually went out there and hired editors, right? So we went out there, we brought in good editors, and we said, hey, we need to make sure these people are rewarded. And you really have to think about org design here, right? Because you're thinking about, if an editor joins me, what's the incentive for the editor to continue to work with me next year, and the year after that, and the year after that? What is their career progression like, right? It's almost like a lot of people expected me to come here and talk about tools and technology. Those are getting commoditized. But your org structure and org design, whether it's one editor or two editors, how do you keep them incentivized? Why should an editor work with you, 2 or 3 years later? Why should an editor work with you? Why shouldn't they move on? Why shouldn't they do another job? How do they see themselves working with you when they're in their 30s, right? So it is very, very important for you to have the right kind of team. And the minute you edit a video well, and this is something we learned accidentally, is that a good video edit lowers the immune system of the brain. What that means is our brains, most people's brains, reject new ideas. We don't like new ideas, right? Like the minute a new idea is thrown to you, you're like, I don't believe that, right? Most people are skeptical to new ideas. But the minute you edit a video well, you use audio well, and you sort of make sure that there's visual consistency behind everything you do, people lower their immune system, their brain's immune system, and say, this is an interesting idea. I might not believe in it, but this video has me hooked. And it turns out the second secret, apart from consistency, is keeping the person on the video for as long as possible. On Instagram, the rule is if you can keep a person for more than 3 seconds, they stick for a very good chunk of the video. So our average retention rate on a video versus almost every other short form creator is probably 1.5 to 2x, right? Because we edit our videos very, very cleverly. Most people think it's about the hook. Like if I say the first 3 seconds well, or if I show, like a person jumping off a cliff and then get to my point, that only works one-off. But you have to make sure that your first 3 seconds are great, but also edited very, very well, right? So the minute your edit of the video is good, you're able to have people stick along with you longer in the video. The longer the retention of the video, the more likely the algorithm is to show it to everybody else, and the more likely you are to go viral, right? And today we live in an era where, blame what you want, but I think people have shorter attention spans. So having a high quality edit on the video is also very respectful to the person watching. Not only is your story good, it's also the way the story is presented on a platter to the end user is good. The best way to think about it is packaging, right? Like if you are the best eclair manufacturer in the world, if you can make the best chocolates, you want to package it well. And a lot of people who create content here are saying, well, I'll do the editing and I'll do the scripting, which means you'll end up being subpar at both because you got to do this huge volume. And it's counterintuitive to believe that video platforms really care about volume. But the volume of content does actually matter. And also you get better. The more videos you do, you sort of figure out, well, I shouldn't have led with that 5 videos ago. Or maybe this kind of content doesn't really work for users. Or these kind of topics are not really interesting to people watching. It's not respectful of their time. And remember one thing, right? We are all in service of our audiences, right? Ultimately, when you create content, you're trying to create the best kind of content for people who are watching. And we really have to be respectful of their time. If we're taking 5 seconds of their time or 10 seconds of their time or 15 seconds of their time, you want to make sure that you produce the best quality of content per unit second, right? And that's what we aim to do. The second part of my talk is about, let's say you do this and you get to scale. Then what are the benefits? I always think of content as a lightning rod. You know what a spire is? A lot of buildings have these spires. In New York, you'll see these buildings that are really, really large, really tall, and then they have this rod at the top of them, right? And that rod is actually what I call a lightning catcher. So when there's lightning, it catches lightning. All the benefits of content are intangible and luck-based. And all you do by getting to scale is increasing your surface area of luck. You have no idea what somebody is going to reach out to you for next week or the week after that. And I think that creating content is a lot about increasing your surface area of the people who watch you. So whatever it is you're doing, whether you're running a school, whether you're building a product, whether you have software that you worked on and you want users for, all of this is possible with more eyeballs sort of coming into your platform. And the way you're going to do that is by being consistent, being respectful to the audience, and then using AI to extend yourselves instead of being a way to create just mass-generated content that nobody's going to care about. The rules of what people watch haven't changed pre or post AI. They still watch the same stuff. It's just easier to do with AI. I guess that is the summary of how we've created content, how we've got to scale. It's still the fundamental rules of human behavior. What do people want? What do people want to watch? And that's all we think about every day. And the difference between small content creators and large content creators today, especially the large short form ones, is large content creators beat themselves up when they don't get 1 million views or 500,000 views, right? And I think it is very important to think in this way like an elite, right? Which is, the number we look at is about 10% of your audience. If you're not at least getting 10% of your entire audience count as views per video, then you're sort of behind. You're sort of not able to engage your active audience. So even if you have 1,000 followers, if you can't get 100 views, or if you have 10,000 followers and you can't get 1,000 views, it means you're not servicing your audience. You're not servicing the need of that audience to get a certain kind of content that they followed you for. So it's still the fundamentals of what people want to watch. AI just extends you and makes you better. Now, I am sure that there are a lot of people in the audience who are saying, well, I don't know how to edit videos. Or, well, there's so many different pieces to creating content that I'm not really good at. And I don't know how I can actually use AI to do all of these things. I believe that all of these are short-term problems. I think that all of these are short-term problems because we are entering a world where if you have an idea and if you have the ability to go out and be consistent, the tools will arrive. So you're sort of being early to a space and you're hoping that the technology and the space get better, right? Which is what we did with AI avatars. And there will be a lot of people who wake up and say, well, this is not going to be possible. No one's going to watch AI generated content or whatever is new, right? And I spend about half my time experimenting with new tools and technologies. And one thing I believe that a lot of people who are watching this haven't yet figured out is we are now entering the agentic era. So if you look at my Twitter, most of my tweets these days are about using the new agent, right? It's called ChatGPT agent. So most of my tweets are about using agents. And I'll tell you the 4 experiments I've run in the last 1 week, right? Which are all useful to anybody watching. One of the experiments is I asked her to go buy something for me, which is great. It bought a pair of shoes for me. But it bought the wrong pair of shoes for me. I asked her to buy a green pair of shoes from a particular website, and it went and got me the wrong pair of green shoes. Right? So remember, how you prompt and how specific you are with what you want is very, very important now. I ran another agent the other week to send a bunch of DMs on LinkedIn to people, right? I was just testing something out. And it went and sent 3 people that I wanted, and then another person that I did not want to send a message to. And it's just a prompt. And now you're going to be so careful, right? It's almost like we have all these magic spells today to be able to prompt people, to be able to prompt these agents to do what we want to. And any mistake in what you write, that first 3 lines of what you write, actually can lead to errors where somebody's looking at a DM from you and saying, why did this person send me this? Right? So I really believe that anything that you cannot do today, maybe you can't hire somebody, maybe you're not able to reach out to somebody, maybe you don't have the time to send 100 emails or 100 DMs. The agents will do it all for you, but you got to be really clear. And you need to have the vision of what is possible a few years from now that might not be possible with the technology today and start working toward it. And the last piece, right, of the agent experiments that I was running, and this was something I ran yesterday. And this was something that was a little bit scary for me, right? And it's something that I think everyone should be aware of. I asked an agent to go make a thumbnail for me, right? I asked an agent to go make a YouTube thumbnail, find a picture from me from Google, and then paste it on top of a car, right? I just wanted a thumbnail of me in a car. And it's very different from any of the AI image generators like Midjourney because it's not generating the image from scratch. It's actually doing tool use. So what it did was it went to a website called Photopea, photopea.com, which is exactly like Photoshop, but on the cloud. It made a new canvas. It found an image from Google, pasted the image from Google into Photopea, took an image of me, pasted it as another layer on top of that image, and then used a background eraser to remove the background from behind me and then stuck me on the thumbnail. Now, it's not that good yet. It is, sort of, I would say at 5 on 10 capabilities, but it's very quickly going to be good. Right? So I believe even if today you cannot afford to hire people or you cannot afford to put a team together, you will at least be able to get to an 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 level of good if you start using these agentic tools now. And the skill required to actually go and use these agents is English. Right? And for those that don't know how to use this, just go to chatgpt.com, right? Start a new chat, and there's this drop down that you have. And in the drop down, just choose ChatGPT agent. That's it. And for those of you that want to use this on your desktop, you can also use agents on your desktop. There is a new browser by Perplexity called Perplexity Comet. So you guys can check out Perplexity Comet, and Comet allows you to just prompt your computer and your computer goes and does stuff for you. Right? And it's only getting better. Even if there are flaws today, in 3 months and 6 months, many of those flaws will be gone. So I just really feel that we are entering this agentic era, but you need to be very clear about what you do and what your goals are and how these technologies and tools will help your goals. And it only comes from experimentation. Until you try it once, and you try some of these agents and you try all the ideas you have in your head, just treat it like an employee and tell it what to do. You will see what its limits are, where it can potentially get better, and what it can already do very well. So I do believe that everyone should be using the agentic era because it's kind of like avatars from 2 years ago. Avatars have gotten good now, but 2 years ago there was this low res thing. But everyone who saw the opportunity back then and said, I need to start using this so that it gets, and if it gets better in the next 3 months, then I'll have an advantage from this, should be using agents right now. And I do believe that pretty much everyone who gets that, I can guarantee this, in fact, if you start using an agent today, right? And it's like $20 on ChatGPT today, right? Like the $20 monthly subscription. If you start using the agents today, you will have 100 ideas and you will be leagues above pretty much all your peers, right? Pretty much everybody that starts using these today. And I'm repeating this for the third time because agents are a miraculous new technology and we are so close to starting to, use them in the workforce. And also, if you're in the workforce and you use these agents, you'll know which of the tasks you do today can be totally automated, right? A lot of creating Excel sheets, a lot of creating decks, the agents can already do. So I just really believe that the future of content, even though today is on one part avatars, on the other part cloning your audio, and the other part writing a script or using AI to create that script, I feel the future is you having a league of employees who do this on your behalf. So the employees will go out, the agent will go out and use HeyGen on your behalf. The agent will go out and clone your voice with 11 Labs. And all these agents need is samples. The way to use agents, and this is something that I've sort of started learning, right? The way to prompt AI and the way to use agents is to give them as many examples as you possibly can, right? It's almost like world building. And I can do a very quick world building example here, right? If you go to an AI model today and you tell it, hey, let's build a world together. And then I'm going to ask you a question from the world. And let's see, and we'll do this live with the audience and see how many of you can do this with me, right? So imagine a world, it's a fictional world where the entire world is a desert. The entire world is a desert. And there are these huge desert mountains. The second part of the world, the second example in the world is the world is extremely dry. The sun is hot and most people don't have enough water in this world. Okay, there's no water in the world. Now, to conserve water, people have done all sorts of things. They wear these special suits to absorb water, to reabsorb water, right? Now, in this world, and I'm putting this fourth example in the world, inside the desert, there is this scarce resource that everyone is fighting for. Okay, now this is like 4 examples of a world I've given you. And if you go give these 4 examples to AI, and then you say, if there is this world, and I've given you 4 examples, what kind of creature would you most expect to find in this world? Now, I want everyone to answer this. What kind of creature would you find in this world? Precisely, sandworms. And you'll be surprised that the AI tells you, well, the creature you most likely find in this world is a sandworm. Now, what have we done here? If you just asked AI for, hey, create a world for me and then create a creature in the world, it'll come up with something that you probably don't want. But the minute you constrain it, because AI has everything in it, the sample space of what AI has seen and trained on is everything. So the minute you have specific examples and you've consumed enough content in enough worlds, you've been part of enough worlds, you've watched enough movies, you've read enough books, then you can constrain the AI to give you the kind of output you want by giving it enough examples, right? So if you know how this works, then you realize it's the same with the real world and with agents. It's the same. Today at my company, we have 400 employees, right? And every time I give someone an instruction, especially if someone's new and they haven't worked with me in the past, they will always give me an output that is like 50% or 75% different from what I want. But the minute I constrain them with examples, I'm like, if you're making a video like this, here are 3 references. If you're writing a script, here are 15 references. If you're thinking about doing this, here are 5 examples. The more examples you give somebody, the more you constrain their world too, right? So prompting an AI model and working with humans is sort of the same. It is what I call world building. A lot of people call it prompting. And the only way you will prompt well or you world build well is if you can give it enough examples. The average prompt, your average prompt, if you're working with AI, needs to be at least like, if you want like concrete results, especially from something like agents, it needs to be a really, really long prompt. You need to at least be writing a page, an entire script with at least 10, 15 examples, without which the AI is not going to be, without this AI is not going to be able to give you examples of outputs in the direction you want. And you will always be using a machine. That's a miracle. It will give you miraculous outputs, but not the outputs you want. And the way you constrain AI to give the outputs you want is the true test of the skill of what people will be doing 5 years from now or 10 years from now. That is the skill, right? We call it prompt engineering. Some people call it prompt engineering. Some people call it context engineering. Some people just call it, hey, giving the AI examples or giving the AI data. But I feel this is the most important part. Some people can do it well instinctively, and some people cannot do it instinctively. But I feel this is going to be the skill that sort of separates people who are really good at what they do in the future from people who are not so good at what they do in the future. Yeah, so we've covered content. We've covered sort of the first principles of content, which is create something that videos that people really want to watch. Retention really drives outputs, and clever video editing sort of improves retention. You cannot edit videos well and write scripts yourself. Writing the script, the insights are the important piece of creating content, and you shouldn't outsource that to AI. You should outsource everything around it to AI, the manual parts of sitting down and talking to a video. And of course, the future of all this, even if you can't hire that video editor to have high retention content, you will probably have access to all of these different people via these tools called agents that are coming out. And if you haven't played with ChatGPT Agent or Perplexity Comet, you are sort of falling behind. So that's the summary of what I wanted to talk about today. I hope that's been very useful for the people watching and for the people here. And I hope that you do take the world building example easily. I mean, you do start practicing the world building example. That's it for me. Thank you so much. And follow me on Twitter if you want to keep seeing the agent experiments we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Varun. That was so insightful. I am busy taking notes over here. I really love the idea that we don't have to be an expert in all of it, and we can actually have these agents and have these tools that will really, really help us expand our reach and be able to bring what our passion is to the world. So thank you so much for the time. Thank you for all of your insights. Guys, as he said, he has so much information, and he will be part of the Mindvalley's AI Mastery Program. That is a wrap for day 2. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This was a lot about application, and tomorrow we will be back at the same time going even deeper with some unbelievable teachers that will help you continue to expand your knowledge on AI, give demonstration. I know so many of you love Dominic's presentation today. He will be back tomorrow along with Vishen and some other speakers we have curated for you. As always, thank you so much for joining us. If you guys are interested in the AI Mastery Program, please remember that there's a limited time for sign up. And once this is gone, it won't be back till next year. We appreciate you all so, 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 so much. Anything you love today, make sure you share it on social, tag us. We want to get more people interested in knowing about AI and how it can help benefit their life, their career, their business. We will see you guys tomorrow again. My name is Caitlin O'Toole. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Signing off. See you guys tomorrow. Have the rest of your day. Make it amazing. Bye, guys.